Chapter 1232. In this world, it was not known how many people were looking forward to Yang Chen being able to disclose the secret of his fifth-grade alchemist master to the public, and even did not hesitate to think of various ways to kill people for this, just to be able to do this. But when Yang Chen really wanted to announce these secrets, countless people were still dumbfounded. The price of 10 7th-grade fire seeds was not something that anyone could easily come up with. Only those big sects with rich heritage could easily take it out without any impact. Watching these representatives of the big sect who had already paid the price enter the soundproof array that had already been arranged, the people outside did not know how greedy they were. If these secrets could be kept by themselves, how good would that be? At this time, if anyone dared to make trouble in this matter, they would not only offend the 5 major sects of the Central Plains Dao sects, but also the demon sects and the monster race. In fact, even these sects who were qualified were very surprised. They never thought that Yang Chen would be willing to disclose the secret of the 5th-grade alchemist master at this time. As soon as they heard the news, all the sect almost went all out to raise funds to catch up with this event. Fortunately, Yang Chen said at the beginning that it would be 5 years later. These 5 years were enough for the news to spread far and wide, and enough for some people to collect enough chips. In addition to the 3 representatives of each sect who entered this area, Senior Deng Ye of Danding sect was specially invited by Yang Chen. Of course, the representative of Danding sect was counted separately. In addition, Fairy Jun Qi, Fairy Qing Mu, and the 5 Murong sisters were all present, plus the palace master and several elders of Chunyang Palace. There was no one else. Basically, among the 3 representatives who came, at least 2 of them were alchemy masters. This was originally the secret of the alchemist master. The real alchemy masters were not on the scene. Even if other people listened to it and relayed it, they might not be able to let the people who listened to them completely master it. Therefore, it was best for the alchemist master to come in person. The other one was basically a disciple of the sect master. This area was also created by Gong Sunling using the Mountain River geographical map. It was an independent space with no other people. Here, there was no need to worry about anyone eavesdropping, and it was absolutely safe. The head of the palace welcomed everyone on behalf of the Chunyang Palace. Without saying much, he announced the start of the meeting. Yang Chen appeared in front of everyone. Everyone had been waiting anxiously for a long time. These seniors and experts all seemed to be a little distracted. Just now, Palace Master Zhong Jiao didn't say a few more words. If he delayed for a while, he might be thrown off the stage by these people. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Yang Chen stepped forward and didn't waste any time. He bowed to the people around him as a form of thanks. In fact, why do I have to make this decision? I think everyone knows it. Yang Chen did not tell the real secret at the beginning, but said such a sentence. When these words came out, many people's faces were somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Chen's move, everyone understood that some people and the sect, for this secret, would do anything to prevent it. Yang Chen definitely didn't want this situation to happen again, so he made such a decision. However, the uncomfortable expression was only a flash. If they could really get the secret of the 5th-grade alchemist master, even if the price was high, it was worth it. Today, a small loss of face was made, but the benefits were really in their hands. Although the price tag was indeed high, it was worth it. For Yang Chen's move, there were also many people who secretly admired it. The secret of the 5th-grade alchemist master was not necessarily suitable for everyone, but with this trick, they got huge benefits, and the secret was distributed to so many sects. In the future, even if someone wanted to calculate, it would not only target Chunyang Palace. Indirectly, it could also be regarded as a lot of disasters for Chunyang Palace. Before I start, I still have to say some ugly words first. Yang Chen didn't care about the thoughts of many people present. Even if you know some secrets, it doesn't mean that anyone can become a 5th-grade alchemist master. I hope all the seniors know this. If you don't think it's worth it, it's not too late to leave now. This was a promise. If someone wanted to settle accounts in the future, Yang Chen wouldn't easily agree. Of course, I also swear by my heart demon that the method I told the seniors is definitely the way to become a 5th-grade alchemist master. Please rest assured about this. In order to reassure everyone, Yang Chen made a heart demon oath first. Just now, some people still wanted to say something. Now that they heard Yang Chen's heart demon oath, they no longer hesitated and sat down firmly. At this time, not to mention letting them leave, even if they were driven away, they wouldn't be able to leave. The 5th grade alchemist master was not a child's play, there were a lot of them. Just like in this world, there were many people who could transcend the tribulation and ascend in the most normal way, but there was still the vast majority who could not reach such a height. Therefore, this couldn't be said to be a mistake in the method, but the limited qualifications of the individual. The same was true for the 5th grade alchemist master. Yang Chen could be called a 5th grade alchemist master according to this method, but it was not necessarily the case for others. At this point, everyone basically knew it, especially Yang Chen, who took the trouble to say the ugly words first, plus the heart demon oath. It was more reassuring. This was definitely the secret of Yang Chen, otherwise he would not care so much. If Yang Chen told them that he could make a large number of 5th grade alchemist masters anytime and anywhere, no one would believe it. Things were so strange, the more difficult it was, the more real it seemed. Well said, Master Yang, the master leads the way, the cultivation is up to the individual, the master doesn't have to worry about it. I think no one here will doubt the sincerity of Master Yang. The leader of a rogue cultivator alliance said directly, as if he had another endorsement for Yang Chen. Many people were nodding. If there were a lot of 5th grade alchemist masters, it would seem that Yang Chen's secret was too worthless. It must be known that each sect had to spend the price of 10 7th grade fire seeds to be eligible to attend this place. Naturally, they hoped that the more difficult it was, the better. It was best if the people of other sect were stumped, and only the alchemist of their own sect succeeded in one fell swoop. If there is no objection, I will start. Yang Chen looked at the people around him and asked again. All the people around him had an expectant expression, and no one spoke indiscriminately. Chapter 1233. If you want to become a 5th grade alchemist, the first key is to understand the medicinal properties. Yang Chen saw that everyone was ready. He did not talk nonsense and went straight to the point. When the words "understand the medicinal properties" came out, a group of people who were listening seriously suddenly fell into a fog. The word "understand the medicinal properties" was too vague. How to understand the medicinal properties? Everyone began to discuss. It seemed that what Yang Chen said was really puzzling. Yang Chen waited until all the voices slowly quieted down before he continued to speak. When Yang Chen opened his mouth, the other voices suddenly disappeared without a trace. All of you seniors are experts in the concoction process, so I won't show off my slight skill in front of experts. Yang Chen immediately began to clear up the doubts of everyone. What I am talking about is mainly the process of refining, the understanding of the medicinal properties. When everyone heard it, this was right. Since he was talking about the key of the 5th grade alchemist, it was naturally the problem in the refining process. In this refining process, what else is there to understand? Someone asked curiously. Everyone looked at it, but it was a master of the monster clan. The refining method of the monster clan was relatively the crudest, so it was not surprising that he would have such a question. No one would laugh at him on this occasion, but everyone was waiting for Yang Chen's answer. It's very simple. Yang Chen also did not ignore the question because it was simple, but he took out an ordinary herb, put it in his hand and said, in the refining process, what you need to understand is basically, what kind of fire, what kind of time, and what kind of technique can the medicinal properties be fully exerted. As he spoke, Yang Chen's hand had a flame, which wrapped the herb in it. Those who were knowledgeable could see at a glance that the flame released by Yang Chen was the 3rd grade geocentric fire, the most suitable fire for quenching medicinal materials. Even without a cauldron, Yang Chen's geocentric flame had already reached the point of perfection. That herb was quickly refined by Yang Chen's geocentric flame, turning into a green medicinal liquid. The medicinal ingredients were ordinary medicinal ingredients and everyone was very familiar with them. Moreover, those who could participate were not low-level alchemists. Basically, with a glance, they could tell that this medicinal liquid was at its best. Among the people present, 8 out of 10 could easily do this. Therefore, although Yang Chen's technique looked beautiful, no one commented on it. If a fifth-grade alchemist couldn't even do such a basic thing, then it would be a joke. Of course, just the understanding of a single herb is not enough for everyone to become a fifth-grade alchemist. Yang Chen's words drifted over. Everyone listened attentively, afraid that they would miss a single detail. In fact, most of the medicinal ingredients can't be perfectly integrated unconditionally. Basically, how to achieve this, it depends on the alchemist's own means. Yang Chen's words were neither fast nor slow, allowing everyone to hear and understand clearly. The truth was not complicated. Everyone understood it and even had a deep understanding of it. With Yang Chen's words, the second medicinal ingredient had already appeared in Yang Chen's hand. Similarly, it was quickly refined by the geocentric flame and then integrated into the first medicinal liquid. The two fused, but there was no conflict at all. This was easily achieved. However, in everyone's eyes, it was another matter. The second kind of medicinal herbs that were taken out were completely incompatible with the first kind of medicinal herbs. Under normal circumstances, if an ordinary alchemist wanted to fuse them, he would need to use other medicinal herbs to neutralize the conflict between the two medicinal effects. Only then would he be able to achieve this. But Yang Chen, just relying on his technique and experience, easily achieved it. It was amazing. This was not the end of it. The third medicinal ingredient appeared immediately. It was also a medicinal ingredient that had a strong conflict with the first two. Under normal circumstances, once these three medicinal ingredients were mixed together, it would definitely cause a violent conflict and even lead to the danger of furnace explosion. But in the hands of Yang Chen, the third medicinal ingredient was also turned into medicinal liquid in front of everyone. Then, using a very incredible method, it was slowly added into the first two medicinal liquids. After the addition of the three medicinal liquids, it was obvious that they had become one, but there was no sign of conflict. Regarding the understanding of medicinal properties, I think all the seniors have an intuitive understanding at this moment. Yang Chen held the medicinal liquid in his hand and then passed it to an alchemist not far in front of him. The other party also held the medicinal liquid in his hand. After observing for a long time, he reluctantly passed it to another person. There was no need for Yang Chen to say anything more. He had clearly used his actions to clearly show everyone that he understood the medicinal properties. For ordinary people to refine these three medicinal ingredients, just adding other medicinal ingredients to assist in the neutralization of the medicinal properties would require more than 10 kinds of medicinal ingredients. The difficulty of refining was naturally higher. How could it be as simple and easy to control as just 3 medicinal ingredients? Even the people here who had the highest level of alchemy other than Yang Chen did not dare to say that they could do this. Even a 4th-grade alchemist might not be able to easily fuse 3 ordinary medicinal ingredients like this. From this point alone, Yang Chen's level was much higher than everyone else's. How can this be done? Many people understood the truth of what Yang Chen said, but they did not know how to effectively do this. Although Fairy Junkie was not an alchemist, she helped everyone ask this question at this appropriate time. There is no good way. Let's try one by one. Yang Chen shook his head directly and then gave an answer directly. Even if the predecessors gave detailed records, it is useless. After all, we still have to try one by one. If we don't get started, we will never be able to learn it. Hearing that Yang Chen actually said that he had experimented one by one, several alchemists felt that they had a feeling of being fooled. Yang Chen could do it easily, but he did not say it. Instead, he asked everyone to use the stupidest method. This was obviously keeping it to himself. Master, don't tell me you still have a trick up your sleeve. Immediately, an alchemist in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance said in a strange tone. His words also resonated with many people. Everyone was waiting to see how Yang Chen would answer. I don't have a trick up my sleeve, but I have left the dregs from my experiments. If everyone is interested, you can take a look. Yang Chen did not care about these guys' accusations and said lightly. After speaking, Yang Chen waved his hand and millions of piles of dregs appeared in front of everyone in an extremely spectacular way. Everyone who saw this pile of dregs couldn't help but show a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 1234. There was no way they wouldn't be shocked. When millions of medicinal dregs appeared neatly on that huge space, the unbelievable amount immediately blew everyone's minds. A lot of medicinal dregs, much more than when Yang Chen first got the medicine-nourishing gourd. Yang Chen had been refining simple medicinal materials or several kinds of combinations for a certain period of time. He had been mastering the most suitable fire for each kind of medicinal materials and the refining method of various kinds of medicinal materials. This kind of thing, as Yang Chen said, there was no shortcut, only experience one by one. Even if the predecessors had a rich record, it was impossible to pass on these practical operating experiences to the future generations. Without hands-on experience, even if you read 10,000 volumes of the predecessors' notes, you only know some theoretical things at most, and you still can't do anything. Countless people looked at so many medicinal dregs, stunned and speechless. The guy who had just ridiculed him wanted to put his head in his trouser crotch in shame at the moment. The rest of the people also looked at the pile of medicinal dregs in a daze. It was estimated that they were calculating how long it would take to really refine so many medicinal dregs. Yang Chen's move shocked everyone. There were so many dregs, and they weren't just random dregs. Instead, they were produced after a variety of combinations. Even those experts in medicine identification could distinguish which kind of medicinal material or which combination of medicinal materials it was from the dregs. Looking at such a large number of dregs, it was enough to explain why Yang Chen could easily melt the three medicinal materials with completely restrained attributes together, but there was no problem. There was a period of time when Yang Chen bought a lot of ordinary medicinal materials. Now people finally understood where those medicinal materials were. Some sharp-eyed people even found that some medicinal materials of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years were in the medicinal dregs. It was estimated that apart from Yang Chen, no one else would have such a big hand to use medicinal herbs of this age only to practice their hands. Familiarize himself with the medicinal properties. It was just a few simple words, but from Yang Chen, everyone could see how much effort Yang Chen had put into these words. Just these dregs alone were enough to make those who had suspected whether Yang Chen had obtained some ancient secret manual or was guided by a senior. This was enough to make them feel ashamed. How was this a secret manual? It was clearly the experience accumulated through hard work and sweat. If such a person did not become a fifth-grade alchemist, then there would be no justice in this world. Among the people present, more than 80% of them were alchemists, some of them were even fourth-grade alchemists, but when they saw the dregs that Yang Chen took out, everyone felt a little guilty. Even if they had reached the realm of fourth-grade alchemist, when had they ever had such a solid understanding of medicinal herbs from the most basic medicinal properties? Of course, this method is a bit stupid, and it consumes a lot of energy. Sometimes, it's really embarrassing to say it out loud. It's also possible for the seniors to misunderstand. Yang Chen's words came from the side and passed into the ears of everyone present. If the seniors have a better way, I am also willing to buy it from you. Everyone listened to Yang Chen's words, and it was obvious that he was targeting the guy who had just said that Yang Chen had a trick up his sleeve. Very cooperatively, they all cast their eyes in that direction. The guy who had just said that Yang Chen was now blushing and drooping his head. How could he say half a word? He wished he could immediately become invisible so that no one would see him. Fairy Junkie, Fairy Greenwood and Fairy Murong looked at Yang Chen with a strange brilliance in their eyes. Last time, Yang Chen had put on a show of finding the immortal peach from the folklore in front of them. Now, he had given everyone a solid lesson on what was called a solid foundation. A person like Yang Chen was really worthy of admiration. When everyone finally calmed down slowly and began to think about Yang Chen's method, Yang Chen also put away the dregs little by little. These dregs still had to be passed on to the disciples so that they could feel more things. He couldn't just throw them away like trash. Although everyone saw Yang Chen's action, no one stopped him. It was not that no one thought of getting these dregs from Yang Chen. Even if it was just a simple observation, they could still discover a lot of things. However, thinking of the price that Yang Chen had always offered, they still directly extinguished this idea. Everyone began to discuss it. If they tried it one by one, they could indeed clearly grasp the medicinal properties, but after all, it was still a little troublesome. It was better to choose some of the medicinal herbs that reinforced and restrained each other, so that they could shorten a lot of time. Although it was not necessarily as comprehensive as Yang Chen's mastery, it was a very good direction for the cultivation of those new disciples in the future. Regardless of whether they would become a fifth-grade alchemist master, such a basic mastery would not go wrong. Even if it was a higher-level alchemist, it would be useful. It could be said that this ability to master the medicinal properties during alchemy was definitely a necessary skill for an alchemist. Many people were beating their chests and stamping their feet. Why didn't they think of it before? It wasn't that people didn't use their brains, but for a long time, most alchemists had always been refining finished pills according to a specific pill recipe. Very few people would use such a method just to know the refinement of 2 or more kinds of medicinal herbs without any purpose. After discussing for a long time, people finally stopped slowly. Someone began to ask tentatively, "Can you reach the level of a 5th-grade alchemist master by relying on this?" Of course not. Yang Chen answered this question very decisively. What a joke! If you want to become a 5th-grade alchemist master by mastering a little medicinal properties, then the 5th-grade alchemist master was too easy. Seeing that everyone's attention had been focused on this side, Yang Chen used his eyes to ask everyone if they wanted to continue. The group of people kept nodding, so Yang Chen began to continue. Another skill that you need to master to become a high-grade alchemist is the art of controlling fire. Yang Chen said his experience very seriously. With the last lesson, no one would take the initiative to find trouble this time, but many people's faces were somewhat disapproving. What a joke, of course, the alchemist must know the art of controlling fire, otherwise how can he control the flame for alchemy? Isn't this nonsense? However, more people were looking forward to it. It was also the simplest skill. The art of controlling fire that Yang Chen mentioned, they believed that it must be different from the art of controlling fire that most people think. Chapter 1235. Maybe all of you will think that this fire manipulation technique is very simple. As long as you can master the fire seed, control the flame, and control the temperature accurately, it will be enough. Yang Chen said slowly, giving everyone some time to think. Many people really thought so. During alchemy, being able to completely control the fire seed was enough. There was no need to carefully study the mystery. Yang Chen said this. Obviously there were some different opinions. In fact, these are far from enough. Some medicinal materials need to control the flame accurately. It is far from enough to be able to control the fire seed. The speed of Yang Chen's speech was still unhurried, so that everyone could hear it clearly. What step do we need to do to reach the standard? Someone immediately asked. This caused a group of people to agree. This time, Yang Chen did not speak, but directly started to demonstrate. He still stretched out his hand, and the earth flame began to emit from his hand. After a while, the flame turned into the shape of a small person. The small person in Yang Chen's hand began to make all kinds of flexible movements, just like a living person. Everyone looked at the movements of the small flame person, and their expressions became serious. Most people did not pursue to be so precise in the fire manipulation technique. Most of the time, everyone pursued the power of the flame, not this kind of precision. The small person suddenly dispersed and turned into a flame. Then, the flame began to change again. In a moment, everyone present realized that there seemed to be an additional miniature model in Yang Chen's hand. Everyone present could see it from Yang Chen's hand. The surrounding environment was also beautifully outlined by the flame, and it was very lifelike. With so many people, all the forms and movements were exactly the same as the real person. Even the appearance of some people standing on their tiptoes to watch was simulated in real time. The expression on the face was lifelike. Apart from the fact that everyone could see the flame at a glance, no one could tell whether it was real or fake. This move of Yang Chen's suddenly stunned everyone. Everyone present was an expert. Immediately, someone began to try to imitate Yang Chen, and also used the flame to outline the surrounding environment. It had to be said that they were all experts in alchemy, and they had come into contact with flames all year round. As such, they had a certain level of foundation in controlling flames. Many of them easily simulated their surroundings. Although it wasn't as detailed as Yang Chen's, It was enough to simulate the surroundings. However, when they wanted to take another step forward, they found it difficult. Many details were starting to become troublesome. The main problem was the activity scenes. Although the flame could simulate a fixed scene, once it moved, it wasn't that easy to replicate it vividly. Not to mention the fact that young Chen was able to imitate everyone's expressions perfectly. Just the swaying leaves of the surrounding trees was enough to stump most people. Even if someone managed to move the scene, the moving part would be a complete mess. What is this? The basics of controlling fire? Some people couldn't do it themselves, but when they saw young Chen do it, they didn't seem to think it was too great. They were very puzzled and asked, could it be that after practicing to this point, one can reach the level of a 5th-grade alchemist? This level is only required by the foundation building stage to temper the basic skills. Yang Chen shook his head directly. Are you kidding me? You want to be a 5th-grade alchemist with this level? What kind of dream is that? How is it possible? How can a cultivator in the foundation building stage do this? Some people couldn't accept that this was only the basic skill requirement of the foundation building stage and immediately refuted it. It wasn't just this person. Many people actually had such thoughts in their hearts, but some people were shrewd and didn't say it directly. A cultivator in the foundation building stage can do this. Yang Chen replied with certainty. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Yang Chen said very directly, I'll find someone to show everyone. After a while, the maid of Yang Chen's Yishio villa, He Lian, was brought in front of everyone by Yang Chen. He Lian's aptitude was not good. Even if she succeeded in the foundation building stage, so far, she had just reached the peak of the foundation building stage. It seemed that she was about to condense her core. Yang Chen just simulated the surrounding scene with flames again, and then told He Lian to do the same. This kind of fire controlling technique, He Lian did not know how many times she had practiced it. After Yang Chen pointed it out, she had not interrupted it. Soon, a scene similar to Yang Chen's was produced in He Lian's hands. It was the same level of detail, the same level of detail, the same level of detail, the same level of vividness. Everyone present was speechless as they watched a junior at the peak of the foundation establishment stage easily accomplish something that no one else present could. They were all relatively speechless. How many Avilders were there in Chunyang Palace? Any disciple in the foundation building stage could make so many masters feel ashamed. How can I meet the requirements of a 5th-grade alchemist? He Lian could do it, and everyone accepted that this was only the basic level of the foundation building stage. Immediately, someone curiously continued to ask. Everyone was concerned about this issue, and everyone listened attentively, for fear of missing a word. At least reach this level. Yang Chen didn't talk much nonsense this time, and directly began to show everyone with facts. A thin line of fire began to outline a familiar pattern in the air. Yang Chen's movements were very fast, and the complete pattern was soon completed. Subsequently, after Yang Chen completed the last stroke, the pattern began to activate. The water attribute spirit gathering array, the water attribute spiritual power gathered above, was unusually eye-catching against the background of the flame. A group of people around were stunned, all of them stared like copper bells, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. Next, Yang Chen drew a wood attribute spirit gathering array, earth attribute, and metal attribute. The 5 elements were complete, and none of them were left behind. Using flames to build a magic array of other attributes, such a technique simply subverted everyone present. What kind of fire controlling technique was this? Compared with Yang Chen, those guys who were known as the masters of the Imperial Fire Controlling Grandmaster, each of them was the slag of the slag. What kind of Avildor could reach such a level? How smart did he have to be to think of such a way? Even if such a fire controlling technique was not used in alchemy, in battle and cultivation, it was also one of the best and unbelievable techniques. No wonder Yang Chen was a 5th-grade alchemist. With such imagination and such basic skills, if Yang Chen was not a 5th-grade alchemist, would there still be any reason? Chapter 1236. Although they were surprised, the opportunity in front of them was won by the sect at the cost of 10 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds or a similar price. Everyone had an idea in their hearts, and that was to figure out what Yang Chen said, whether they could do it or not. In the beginning, a lot of medicinal dregs, that was definitely possible. It was nothing more than working hard, there was nothing special about it. From the beginning of the imperial fire technique, some people would constantly ask to know if others could do it. He Lian's action just now made many people feel relieved. However, now that Yang Chen's flame array arrangement method came out, some people immediately began to have the same doubts. Can other people do this? The person who spoke asked the question that everyone was concerned about. There was no way around it. Everyone wanted to know if they or their own people could do the same thing so that they could become another 5th grade alchemist master. There should be no problem. Yang Chen did not give a definite answer this time, but gave an ambiguous answer, as if even he himself was not sure. Waiting for the time, everyone's heart was in their throat. If this couldn't be done, then becoming a 5th grade alchemist master was an extravagant hope. Was there anything else Yang Chen didn't say clearly and left a hand? Senior Deng. Yang Chen didn't let everyone wait too long. He turned directly and faced Senior Deng Ye of Danding sect. Senior Deng Ye was a master of Danding sect who Yang Chen had cooperated with when he was refining the heaven-seizing pill. At that time, she was already a 4th grade alchemist master. When he made a bet with He Lianyun, Deng Ye was present and saw everything that Yang Chen did at that time. He believed that if she was not stupid, she should know what to do over the years. It's just a fluke. Deng Ye whispered and came forward. Deng Ye could almost be said to be the alchemist with the highest level of alchemy besides Yang Chen, a 5th grade alchemist master. Many people have the same respect for Deng Ye. Hearing Deng Ye's lucky, Yang Chen's face also revealed a smile. In his estimation, Deng Ye should be able to do this easily. After so many years, it seems that Deng Ye should also be able to touch the edge of the 5th grade alchemist master. Seeing Deng Ye appear, everyone was shocked. They didn't know what she was going to do, and they all stared at her with wide eyes. Only Fairy Junkie, Fairy Qing Mu, and the Murong sisters knew that Deng Ye was specially invited by Yang Chen and was the only person who did not have to pay the price of a 7th grade fire seed. Deng Ye didn't waste any time explaining anything. Instead, she extended her hand just like Yang Chen had done. The flames in her hand slowly condensed into the same shape as Yang Chen's. Not long after, the water attribute spirit gathering array was formed. Then, Deng Ye activated it slightly, and everyone could feel the dense water attribute spiritual power escaping from the spirit gathering array. Senior Deng Ye had also done it. Facts were more persuasive than any argument. In an instant, everyone became excited. Didn't this mean that if Senior Deng Ye could do it, they could also do it? As early as 100 years ago, Deng Ye was able to do this. At that time, Deng Ye also easily broke through the bottleneck of the Yuanying stage and entered the realm of great achievements. Seeing that she was getting closer and closer to the threshold of the 5th grade alchemist master, Deng Ye always felt that there was a line missing and she always didn't know where it was. Yang Chen invited her to come over and Deng Ye agreed almost without hesitation. She was about to ask Yang Chen, in the end, what was the last point that she was lacking, what was the difference? Grandmaster Yang, this old woman can now control the fire like water, control the fire like earth, control the fire like gold, control the fire like wood, but it's still a little short, I don't know the reason. After Deng Ye demonstrated, she also respectfully asked Yang Chen for advice. Although her seniority was much older than Yang Chen, in the path of alchemy, she also had to call Yang Chen Grandmaster. What Senior Deng is missing, in fact, is only one point. Yang Chen replied with a smile. Deng Ye's question and Yang Chen's answer made everyone excited on the spot. Deng Ye was only a little short, and looking at Deng Ye's appearance just now, it was clear that she had already met the requirements of Yang Chen's fire. What was missing? Everyone seemed to be more interested than Deng Ye. When refining the heaven-seizing pill, Deng Ye and Yang Chen had cooperated, which everyone knew. Presumably, Deng Ye's fire like water was also learned from Yang Chen at that time. After so many years, Deng Ye was able to touch the edge of the 5th grade alchemist master, which could only show that Yang Chen's method was very effective. When refining the questioning inner heart pill and the 2nd grade inner sensing pill, you need to use several kinds of fire seeds at the same time. Yang Chen said slowly and clearly. In fact, this is the key to becoming a 5th grade alchemist master. Everyone's ears couldn't wait to erect into an antenna, and they were quietly listening to Yang Chen's explanation of the key. Especially at this time, they didn't even dare to make a sound, for fear of missing something. This younger generation junior has a natural ability. Yang Chen still said slowly, I was born to be able to multitask. As he said, Yang Chen stretched out his hands, one hand drawing a circle and the other drawing a square. The pattern composed of 2 flames soon appeared in front of everyone. The circle was round and the square was square. I believe that there are many people with this ability. Yang Chen continued after performing his means of being able to multitask. His words caused a burst of nodding from people. There were so many masters of the big sect, what kind of monstrous genius had not been seen? Not to mention the disciple who could multitask, it was estimated that it was not uncommon to multitask. What the predecessor lacks, it is estimated that this is the point. Yang Chen said very sincerely to be able to control multiple fire seeds at the same time, but also to grasp the heat during the refining, grasp the opportunity to add medicinal materials, and also fine control. After being able to do this, you can basically reach the level of the 5th grade alchemist master. When she heard that it was actually necessary to multitask, Deng Ye couldn't help but close her eyes and began to figure it out. The more she figured it out, the more reasonable she felt. Several bottlenecks that she was trapped in, it seemed that as long as she could multitask, she could easily pass it. It was not a particularly incomprehensible thing to achieve the 5th grade refining of the medicinal pill. Of course, this kind of talent is not necessarily available to everyone. Yang Chen added another sentence, however, as long as it can greatly improve the cultivation base of the spiritual awareness, it is not so difficult to do this. All the predecessors are masters, I believe you know more than me. Chapter 1237. Indeed, none of the people present were below the late Yuanying stage. Even if they were alchemists, they also belonged to the kind of super genius alchemists. Their aptitude for cultivation was not comparable to that of ordinary people. After the improvement of the spiritual awareness cultivation base, it was not necessary for Yang Chen to give an example to explain it. Everyone knew this in their hearts. In particular, Deng Ye, a few problems that troubled her seemed to be solved after Yang Chen's pointers. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The smile on Deng Ye's face was not fake. It was a real happiness from the heart. It was the joy of a researcher who had finally solved the problem. Others could see the happiness contained in it at a glance. It's just a little bit, I understand. I understand. Deng Ye's words really surprised the experts of the Danding sect. If Deng Ye could break through the bottleneck of the 5th grade alchemist, then the mortal world would no longer be dominated by Yang Chen. The Danding sect would also have its own 5th grade alchemist. The prosperity of the Danding sect could already be expected. The people of the Danding sect were happy, and the people of other sect were also very happy. Since Deng Ye could soon break through this step, even if their alchemists started late, from the time Deng Ye refined the heaven-seizing pill to the present, it was only a few hundred years. If Deng Ye could do it, their alchemists could also do it. Even the big sect could cultivate a group of new alchemists from an early age. If they cultivated in this direction, they did not believe that they could not cultivate a few 5th grade alchemists. The method to improve spiritual awareness, I don't have it here. This needs to be solved by everyone. Yang Chen's voice came into everyone's ears again, but no one took it seriously. This method to improve spiritual awareness, of course, each sect had their own sect's trump card, and they would never easily show it to others. Originally, they did not have the intention of asking Yang Chen to give them this method. It sounded like, so far, the key for Yang Chen to become a 5th grade alchemist has been fully revealed. One was the understanding of medicinal properties, the other was the control of flames, and the other was to be able to multitask and control multiple flames for refining at the same time. Everyone felt that these factors made sense. Among the 3 elements, 2 of them were very important basic skills. While familiarizing himself with the medicinal properties, he also had to control the heat. As for controlling fire, it was the most basic of all basic skills. Even if he didn't use it for alchemy, as long as he was a fire-attributed cultivator, there would be no harm in practicing the art of controlling fire. At least, that was what Dao Junki thought. In the past, Dao Junki also had her own pride. As a Dacheng stage fairy, she would never ask Yang Chen for advice in cultivation. Only today did she realize that she was still far from being able to control fire. Moreover, Dao Junki also vaguely realized that if she combined the way of controlling fire that Yang Chen had said today with the guidance she received from Grandmaster Liu Fengzi, she believed that she would soon be able to correct the original deviation and reach the standard of transcending the tribulation and ascending to immortality. This was a completely unexpected surprise. Not only Dao Junki, but also Fairy Greenwood, the Murong sisters, and everyone else present were also surprised. Since the way of controlling fire could be like this, could the other elements also be imitated? Whether it was useful or not, everyone understood one thing. If they cultivated according to this way of thinking, the control of their own spiritual power would be directly promoted to another realm. Even if there was no benefit to the growth of their cultivation base, but for the overall cultivation, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. This trip was worthwhile, everyone felt so. At the same time, they finally had a further understanding of why Yang Chen could become a 5th-grade alchemist master. In addition to Yang Chen's talent for multitasking, everything else seemed to be achieved by Yang Chen's own hard work and mastering extremely deep basic skills. It could be said that Yang Chen could become a 5th-grade alchemist master by no means by luck, let alone a hidden master who could have such a level. Even if they had this idea before, after seeing the mountains of dregs and the superb technique of controlling fire, they no longer had such ideas. Just those two, even if Yang Chen could multitask and practice every day, it would be impossible to achieve without hundreds of years of hard work. It seemed that Yang Chen himself was using his actual experience to show everyone that there was never a fluke in success. The most terrible thing about cultivation was that there was no direction. With a direction, even if it took a little more time, it was not a big deal for cultivators. If they could waste a few hundred years to become a 5th-grade alchemist master, they believed that out of 100 alchemists, there would be 120 alchemists who would be willing. The alchemists seemed to see their future glory from the current Yang Chen, and also seemed to see their future direction from senior Deng Ye. As long as they worked hard to master what Yang Chen said, and then diligently cultivated their spiritual awareness, it seemed that they could easily become a 5th-grade alchemist master. When they thought of the glory after becoming a 5th-grade alchemist master, the glory that everyone admired, the alchemists couldn't help but start to look forward to it. Everyone firmly believed that they could become the next Deng Ye, the next Yang Chen, but no one thought about how they should quickly improve their spiritual awareness cultivation base. After the improvement of the spiritual awareness cultivation base, it was easy to multitask. This was common sense, so there was no need for Yang Chen to demonstrate it at all. However, if they wanted to improve their spiritual awareness step by step, without the 3 purities secret art in the hands of Yang Chen, how many people could reach the level of a human immortal when they were in the mortal world? Yang Chen explained it with a natural ability, which was not surprising, because there were many such people. However, no one thought about the difficulty of it. Perhaps when they reacted, they would be desperate. How could it be so easy to improve their spiritual awareness? These were not things that Yang Chen would remind, nor should he remind. Yang Chen was happy to watch the show. Anyway, after this time, Yang Chen would no longer suddenly become a 5th-grade alchemist master. After the news spread, the pressure on Yang Chen would be reduced correspondingly. Now what Yang Chen wanted was not to be in the limelight, but to watch the Taishanman fall into the pit bit by bit according to the big pit he dug. Even this time, the secret of the 5th-grade alchemist master was also meant to dig a pit. He believed that the Taishanmen who have mastered the Devil Heart Sutra would have a few more cultivators. The temptation of a 5th-grade alchemist master was by no means comparable to the general glory. As long as others didn't know what method was used to improve their spiritual awareness cultivation base, would others care? Chapter 1238. Relatively speaking, Yin-Yang Demon School, which has unique experience in spiritual awareness cultivation, would be very happy. The characteristic of their sect was that their spiritual awareness cultivation base was strong, and in this respect, they would definitely have a lot of advantages. Other sect were all big sect with extremely deep roots, and it was not necessarily that they did not have better means. However, even if Yang Chen added his previous life, it was impossible to know more about the secrets of these sects, so it was not clear what good methods each sect had. But there was one thing that Yang Chen could be sure of. Even if it was a powerful sect, if they wanted to cultivate an alchemist master with a human immortal first-grade spiritual awareness, from now on, it would be impossible to do it again in a few hundred years. This was not a matter of one day and one night. Whether it was controlling the fire or understanding the medicinal properties, it would take a long time of hard work. In addition, if one had to cultivate their spiritual awareness, it would take a longer time. As a fifth-grade alchemist master, for a long time, it would still be the situation of Yang Chen's one person dominating. Even if Deng Ye could break through when she was in the late Darching stage or even the peak Darching stage, it would take at least hundreds of years. What's more, after the breakthrough, it was not far from her tribulation and ascension. Unless those sect found a new disciple who could naturally multitask as Yang Chen said and had a fire attribute spirit root, otherwise, Yang Chen should not see a few fifth-grade alchemist masters before he ascended. This was the source of Yang Chen's confidence. At this point, Yang Chen's secret was basically revealed in front of everyone. No one would doubt that Yang Chen had any magic weapon or something like that. Everything was obtained through hard cultivation. This also proved that there were no shortcuts in cultivation. In fact, many times, this was the truth that many big sects constantly inculcated their disciples. It was just that sometimes they themselves couldn't figure it out. The people who participated were like treasures. As long as there was nothing wrong, all of them left quickly and rushed back to the sect. As for Fairy Junkie, Fairy Qing Mu, and the 5 Murong sisters, they all stayed behind. Also staying behind was the sect master of Wuji Demon School, Yi Zhenxiong. Yi Yu had been accepted as a disciple by Yang Chen and had been back to the sect for a long time. During this period of time, Yi Yu showed a very strong cultivation ability and had stood out among the disciples of the same period. In less than 10 years, he succeeded in the foundation stage and officially became a disciple of Yang Chen. As a father, even if he was from the demon sect, he attached great importance to his own children. Of course, Yi Zhenxiong also wanted to see how his son's cultivation was and whether he was bullied in the Pure Yang Palace. The most important thing was that Yi Zhenxiong had brought some treasures to his son, which could give him some advantages in cultivation. Among them, Yi Yang Chen, Yi Yang, Yang Chen, Yi Yi. Of Yi Yang Yi Master, Yi Yang Chen, Yi, and Yi, Yang, Master, and was that. Mu Bo's cultivation was the highest. He had already passed the tribulation and formed his nascent soul. Hua Mengyu was second. Her aptitude for cultivation was not excellent, but in terms of medicinal material cultivation, she had already shown a very strong talent. From top to bottom in the Pure Yang Palace, those who had seen her skills were amazed. For Yang Chen's ability to recognize people, all of them admired him. Yi Yu's cultivation was the lowest among the senior brothers and sisters. However, his cultivation aptitude was so good that even Yang Chen admired him very much. He often gave him some unique guidance. In his previous life, Yi Yu had cultivated the mental cultivation method of the demon sect. Therefore, Yang Chen did not force him to cultivate the cultivation method of the Dao sect. Instead, he found a foundational technique similar to the demon sect for Yi Yu to cultivate. In other aspects, he did his best to cultivate him. When Yi Zhenxiong saw Yi Yu, it was when Yi Yu was discussing cultivation with senior brother Mu and senior sister Hua. Mu Bo and Hana Mengyu were already a little famous master. Yi Zhenxiong, who cared about Yang Chen, how could he not know the reputation of the two? Yi Zhenxiong was also very satisfied with his son's progress. This time, Yi Zhenxiong came to Chunyang Palace. In addition to learning the secrets of Yang Chen's 5th-grade alchemy master, the rest was to bring some precious gifts to his son. These things were all good things that he had collected for many years and he was reluctant to use them for many years. In any case, he had to let his son use them. This was Yi Zhenxiong's secret. In fact, when he was still in the Jedan stage, he had already discovered a place where the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid was produced. He went to collect it every year. After so many years, Yi Zhenxiong had collected at least a jade bottle the size of a head. Every year on his birthday, Yi Zhenxiong would always carefully take out a drop of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid and take it himself, which was one of the reasons why his cultivation was rising day by day. In order to give his son a good start, Yi Zhenxiong deliberately brought half a bottle of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid and planned to give it to his son at one time. Pitiful parents in the world, such a good thing. The first thing they thought of was not their own concubines, but their own sons. Since Mu Bo and Hannah Mengyu were also there, Yi Zhenxiong was also an ambitious person. Naturally he would not leave them behind. As long as a few drops of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid were distributed, he believed that with the eyesight of Yang Chen's disciples, it was impossible not to see the preciousness of this thing. With these few drops of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid, he would also take good care of Yi Yu in the future. When Yi Zhenxiong took out half a bottle of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid, as if he was covering some treasure to give some to Hannah Mengyu and Mu Bo, Yi Yu had already half closed his eyes and his face was flushed. The expressions of Mu Bo and Hannah Mengyu at the time, in Yi Zhenxiong's view, seemed to be shocked. They resisted screaming and held their breath, which made Yi Zhenxiong very satisfied. Not everyone was qualified to see this kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure. Even the disciples of Grandmaster Yang were the same. Father, these Four Seas mysterious coral liquids are not easy to collect, you should put them away. Yi Yu cared about his father and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He blushed and persuaded Yi Zhenxiong to put away the things. How can I? Those who see it have a share, your senior brother and senior sister are not outsiders, it is not a good thing, it is good for the body, use some, it is a little gift from this old man. How could Yi Zhenxiong take back the things? He thought that his son was stingy and reluctant to give good things to people. This temper was not good, he did not know how to behave, he would be bullied in the future. Thank you, uncle. Mu Bo and Hannah Mengyu didn't think much about it. After calming down, they bowed to Yi Zhenxiong. The other party gave them a gift, of course, they had to thank him. This was the etiquette that the younger generation should have. Yi Yu was their little junior brother. According to the seniority, they should call Yi Zhenxiong uncle. Chapter 1239. Don't be polite, take it. Yi Zhenxiong gave everyone a small jade bottle, which contained almost 10 drops of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid, and forced it into the hands of Mu Lily and Hannah Mengyu. Yi Yu finally couldn't watch it anymore, and said to Yi Zhenxiong with a red face, Father, Master gave a lot of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid, we all use it for bathing. Even if Master gave, what? Yi Zhenxiong almost jumped up directly. Hearing Yi Yu's words behind him, even if he was the sovereign of Wuji Demon School, he almost couldn't help but stagger out. Things like the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid, was it given to Yi Yu by Yang Chen for bathing? There are a lot of these things, Master has already given us a few thousand jin. Yi Yu saw Yi Zhenxiong's appearance, he didn't want to hit him, but he couldn't hide it. He could only whisper and tell the truth, I used to drink a lot. Master said that there is no need to drink it again unless after crossing the tribulation. However, every time after the cultivation, it is good for the body to soak in it, so we all use it for bathing. If father needs it, you can take a batch back. This is a filial son's filial piety to father. The more he said, the lower Yi Yu's voice became, and finally he could no longer hear it. He had seen Yi Zhenxiong secretly enjoy a drop on his birthday every year like enjoying a treasure, but he didn't think about it. Now he finally understood what it was. Mu Bo and Hannah Mengyu on the other side finally couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. Yi Zhenxiong understood what the expressions of Mu Bo and Hannah Mengyu were for. It was not shock, but a posture of holding back laughter. It was no wonder that the two would be like this. The thing that people used to bathe, he took it as a treasure, and they didn't laugh on the spot, it was already giving Yi Yu face. On this side, Yi Yu had already found a few large wooden barrels and directly filled a few wooden barrels with the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid and handed it to Yi Zhenxiong. Yi Zhenxiong looked at the barrels filled with the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid placed in a few rough wooden barrels, and then looked at the finely carved jade bottle in his hand, and finally understood that he had made a big joke. He put away the things in embarrassment, and then asked about Yi Yu's training life in Chunyang Palace. Yi Yu did not hide much from his father. He only told him some of Yang Chen's teachings and how Yang Chen had taken care of him on a daily basis. When it was fully understood how much capital Yang Chen had invested in Yi Yu in this short period of more than 10 years, even Yi Zhenxiong, as the sect master of Wuji Demon School, could not help but sigh at Yang Chen's generosity. If it was Yi Zhenxiong himself, even if he embezzled half of the sect warehouse of Wuji Demon School, he could not afford the things that Yi Yu spent. Whose 4C's mysterious coral liquid was used as bathwater? Whose family's millennium mysterious yang fruit was eaten as a daily fruit? Whose family's second-grade questioning inner heart pill that couldn't even be used in the Darching stage was eaten when they were in the foundation stage? Whose younger generation disciple in the foundation stage could enjoy a separate high-grade spiritual vein? Whose disciple in the foundation stage had just reached the foundation stage and already had a life source magic weapon to start tempering? Except for Yang Chen, there was no one else. Not only Yi Yu, but Mu Bo and Hannah Mengyu also enjoyed no less resources than Yi Yu, but at the level of Mu Bo, he no longer simply pursued sufficient resources, but began to gain more experience. As for Hannah Mengyu, at this time, she was already the largest supplier of medicinal materials to Chunyang Palace. Yi Zhenxiong finally understood that even if Yi Yu followed him to cultivate, even if he doted on him and took care of him, it could not be compared to 1% of Yang Chen's. Such a master was simply the best master in the world. Yi Zhenxiong would no longer worry about his son being wronged and could fully rest assured in running the affairs of Wuji Demon School. Similarly, the resources that Yang Chen gave Yi Yu also made Yi Zhenxiong thoroughly understand that although he seemed to be famous and the sect master of Wuji Demon School, he was also a #1 figure. But in front of Yang Chen, he was just a beggar. The treasures that he had painstakingly collected, not to mention Yang Chen, for Yang Chen's disciple and his own son, were just bathwater. There was nothing to worry about. After Yi Zhenxiong understood it, he didn't say anything more and left directly. When an expert did things, he must have the demeanor of an expert and never be sloppy. Naturally, Yi Zhenxiong would not know that when he left, Yi Yu was laughed at by Mu Bo and Hannah Mengyu for a whole day until Yi Yu was sullen and then stopped. Basically, the people of the Monster Clan and the Demon Sect left as soon as possible. After all, this was the territory of the Dao Sect. Staying one more day meant one more day of risk. Next were the people of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance and the two ancient families. The sect masters of the 5 major sects all stayed and did not leave directly. This time, the sect masters of the 5 major sects stayed, in addition to thanking Yang Chen, to discuss with Chunyang Palace the marriage of the female disciples of the 3 major sects, Fairy Junki, Fairy Qingmu, and the 5 Murong sisters with Yang Chen. Last time, Gao nodded after the women's great vow of heart demons, which also let the 7 girls see hope and made the people of the 3 major sects overjoyed. However, the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect were not so happy. Why did a few women who were randomly found want to become Yang Chen's wife like Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue? Because of the things caused by a few elders who acted on their own initiative last time, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect both made a killing move to get the understanding of Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. The 2 sects killed almost 100 people at the Yuanying stage, and they finally got the promise that Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace would no longer pursue it. Even Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue felt ashamed of Yang Chen and were embarrassed to see Yang Chen. Both of them were in retreat. Under such circumstances, how could the 2 major sects allow the people of the 3 major sects to take advantage of the situation? They had seen people who wanted to take advantage of others, but they had never seen such a thing. What's more, the raid on Chunyang Palace, the 3 major sects also had a part in it. They didn't express enough sincerity. Why did they want to talk about the marriage between their female disciples and Yang Chen? The sect masters of the 2 major sects personally came out and would never agree. Chunyang Palace would certainly not express any opinions. The sect masters of the 3 major sects could not force the 2 sects, so they could only be patient and say good words. In short, they hoped that through a little happy event, everyone could turn hostility into friendship and be harmonious. After a series of promises, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect finally spat out. They could marry, but they could only be concubines, not wives. Yang Chen's wives could only be Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shashanshan, and Sun Qingxue. Chapter 1240. Why can they be concubines? In front of Yang Chen, the woman who was pouting and trying to pretend to be wronged was someone no one could have thought of, the Lady Fanghua of Yin Yang Demon School. At the moment, Madame Fanghua, where was the awe-inspiring appearance in the Yin Yang Demon sect, and there was no longer the kind of enchanting and glamorous posture that could charm the world. Instead, she was wearing a green cloth hairpin skirt, her hair was simply tied up with a wooden hairpin on her head, and she was as beautiful as a girl who had never seen the world. Everyone thought that the people of Yin Yang Demon School had already left, even the people of Yin Yang Demon School thought so. No one would have thought that the new great elder of Yin Yang Demon School, Lady Fanghua, would appear in front of Yang Chen like this. Even if someone stood in front of Lady Fanghua at the moment, they would never believe that this pure girl in front of them would turn out to be the great elder of Yin Yang Demon School. Even the people of the demon sect were careful to avoid her. In a short period of a few years, Madame Fanghua made a big name for herself. Not only did she break through the bottleneck of the peak Yuanying stage, but for some reason, in less than a few months, her cultivation directly skyrocketed from the early Daching stage to the middle Daching stage. The growth of her spiritual power was so fast that it made people stunned. What was particularly terrifying was that even with such a skyrocketing spiritual power, Lady Fanghua did not show the slightest lack of mood, as if all this was natural. Only a few core elders of the Yin Yang Demon sect knew that Madame Fanghua cultivated the colorful thousand red spirit method, and they also knew that the emergence of this situation was definitely after Madame Fanghua killed her beloved, she would achieve the great perfection realm. Other than Lady Fanghua and Yang Chen, no one knew of Yang Chen's existence. In fact, when Lady Fanghua persuaded a group of experts from Yin Yang Demon School to deal with Yang Chen, she used a large number of spirit stones given by Yang Chen. It had nothing to do with her cultivation technique. The core higher-ups of Yin Yang Demon School only know that Lady Fanghua is definitely at the peak of spiritual power, otherwise, it would be impossible for her to break through the bottleneck of peak nascent soul. Everything about Yang Chen, Lady Fanghua has concealed it very well. Lady Fanghua, who had reached great perfection realm, was attracted to both men and women. She had also made a name for herself in the demon cult's territory. However, in front of Yang Chen, she would also try her best to explain that the so-called eating both men and women was just an illusion created by those fellows. Without Yang Chen's divine sense cultivation base, who could recognize the mystery of the thousand colors spiritual power? Secretly staying to meet with her lover, Lady Fanghua was naturally happy. Especially when Yang Chen specially accompanied her alone, it made her even more happy that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. What Yang Chen said to her last time really made sense. This kind of unforgettable feeling of longing to meet at all times was far more hopeful than remembering in the heart. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Yang Chen to give Lady Fanghua any status in a short period of time. Yang Chen was clear about this, and Lady Fanghua was also clear about this. Even if Gaou nodded, there was no way. The Tao and the demon cult could not coexist. Now it had not reached the point where the immortal world united all the living forces. The two sides could only be mortal enemies. Because of this, Lady Fanghua would have a look of grievance in front of Yang Chen and acted like a spoiled child. They all made the big heart demon oath, so Yu agreed. At this moment, Yang Chen could only comfort Lady Fanghua in a soft voice. In fact, he was also having a headache. He did not know how to face the 7 girls of the 3 major sects. What's wrong with the big heart demon oath? TMPH, even if you made the big heart demon oath, won't you change your mind? Lady Fanghua was still feeling wronged. Her head was buried in Yang Chen's arms. She almost cried. Her expression was pitiful as if she had been bullied by Yang Chen. So, when you made the big heart demon oath that year, you actually didn't care, right? Yang Chen keenly heard something from Lady Fanghua's words. He asked with a wry smile, "So you attacked me without any scruples. You were not afraid of the big heart demon oath at all, right?" Back then, Lady Fanghua made the big heart demon oath in front of Yang Chen. However, she immediately attacked Yang Chen without hesitation after the Great Ascension Tribulation. Yang Chen had always been puzzled about this. Now, he finally had the answer. "Master, I didn't mean to hide it. After her secret was exposed by Yang Chen, Lady Fanghua did not feel wronged. Instead, she put on a weak and obedient look and said fawningly, I cultivate the glamorous spirit technique. I'm not afraid of the big heart demon oath. Then, what else can restrain your heart? Yang Chen was surprised. The world was big and there were indeed all kinds of strange things. The big heart demon oath that even cultivators were afraid of was actually not afraid of in the eyes of some people from the demon sect. It was really amazing. You. Madame Fanghua replied without hesitation, my lord, you are the only flaw of this slave and the only concern. What do you want this slave to do? This slave can't refuse. Even at this moment, Lady Fanghua looked delicate and pitiful. With her beautiful face and her current expression, 99 out of 100 cultivators would be tempted by her. Even if it was Yang Chen, he was also stimulated by her saying that he was the only one who could control her weakness and had a sense of accomplishment. They are different from you. People from the Tao sect make the big heart demon oath. If they break the oath, they will definitely honor it. Yang Chen could only explain it this way. Towards Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen also felt a little guilty. Why don't I confuse them so that they will no longer be infatuated with me, okay? Lady Fanghua suddenly thought of a good idea and asked expectantly. Before, Lady Fanghua was captured by the 5 Murong sisters and was also tortured by Fairy Qing Mu. Otherwise, she would not have said so many secrets of Yang Chen. This experience, Lady Fanghua did not forget. At that time, she was only at the peak Yuanying stage. She couldn't compete with the Murong sisters and could only be captured. Now she was in the middle Darching stage and her spirit power had reached the great perfection stage. Naturally, she would not be afraid of these women. The previous little Liang also had to take the opportunity to get it back. Yang Chen did not answer Lady Fanghua. He just patted her on the buttocks to show his own attitude. Master is biased. Lady Fanghua covered her buttocks and her face was unhappy. She rubbed against Yang Chen's chest to express her dissatisfaction. After acting coquettishly for a long time, Lady Fanghua's eyes suddenly turned and she was once again on Yang Chen's body. Her tongue almost licked Yang Chen's ear. She seductively said in Yang Chen's ear, Master, this slave wants to squeeze you dry. Even if they are concubines, this slave wants you to be unable to have sex with them for a long time. Chapter 1241. How could Yang Chen admit defeat in the challenge of this kind of seductress? It could be tolerated. What couldn't be tolerated? Yang Chen was furious and directly turned Lady Fanghua over to the bed and punished her fiercely. Don't look at the yin-yang demon school, the brilliant spirit spell great perfection, the middle Darching stage cultivation base, all these of Lady Fanghua, in front of Yang Chen's body that has been nourished by the life essence of tens of thousands of immortals, it was not enough. Not to mention that Yang Chen's yellow turban strongman body refining technique has been cultivated to the realm of overturning the sea. Even if Yang Chen let Lady Fanghua use 90% of her strength, Lady Fanghua was not his opponent. For Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen did not have to consider their feelings as he did for his 4 wives, he could just vent his wantonly. This was also the attitude of Lady Fanghua's favorite Yang Chen towards her. After a good enjoyment, even the great elder of Yin-Yang Demon School, the great elder of the sect who was best at double cultivation, Lady Fanghua, was like a pool of mud on the bed, she didn't even have the strength to move a little finger. At this moment, Lady Fanghua was full of the brilliant spring after being moisturized, happily refining the spiritual power absorbed from Yang Chen's body, where was the arrogance of just squeezing Yang Chen. The 3 major sect did not have much resistance for their female disciples to be Yang Chen's concubines. This was also the result of balance. The pressure of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect made Taishanmen's 5 Elements sect and Chenkuan sect also have to consider it. For the 3 major sect, as long as their female disciples and Yang Chen have this kind of relationship, they could stay with Yang Chen all the time. Although Yang Chen has already revealed the secret of the 5th grade alchemist, and the heart demon oath, the authenticity of the authenticity will not be doubted. However, according to Yang Chen's method, even senior Deng Ye of the Pill Cauldron School, who had the highest hope, would need at least several hundred years to successfully advance. If the other sect started training new disciples, it would probably take a longer time. In such a long time, how would Yang Chen develop? This was a question that the big sect was concerned about. There was no doubt that Yang Chen would not stand still. In that case, in such a long period of time, Yang Chen was very likely to research and refine an even more enviable elixir. In this way, things would be completely different if Yang Chen had a disciple from his sect by his side. Although the three major sect didn't know what kind of price the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect paid to buy Yang Chen's elixir before, there was no doubt that the price was definitely less than that of the three major sect. Otherwise, the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect would not resist the female disciples of the three major sect from approaching Yang Chen. According to the news received by the three major sect, Sun Qingxue and Shishanshan seemed to have begun a long retreat. This also meant that for a long time, Yang Chen would only have Gaou and Gong Sunling by his side. Recently, it was also vaguely heard that Gong Sunling and Gaou were also in retreat. It seemed that Yang Chen had no wife by his side. During this time, it was a good time for their female disciples and Yang Chen to cultivate their feelings. The Qiankuan sect was still very satisfied with their own disciple fairy Qingmu Shi Wushuang. Under such circumstances, she made a decisive heart oath and was accepted by Gaou. Finally, she was able to successfully travel with Yang Chen and successfully find the immortal peach. This was the beginning. With Shi Wushuang's shrewdness, she would only become more and more intimate with Yang Chen in the future. When it came to asking for favor, whether it was Yang Chen's 4 wives or the women of the 5 Elements sect in Taishanmen, they would never be the opponent of Shi Wushuang. The 5 Elements sect was also satisfied. The Murong 5 sisters have always been arrogant. It was not known how many cultivators admired them and wanted to marry them, but they were rejected by the 5 sisters. Although this time, under the instruction of the sect, they reluctantly married Yang Chen, the 5 women were not dissatisfied. Obviously, they were also very satisfied with Yang Chen. Their own disciples could have a promising son-in-law, and it was beneficial to the sect, so the sect was also very pleased. The Taishanmen had never given up the idea of hegemony, and they had never given up the idea of Chunyang Palace. In the past, they planned to merge Chunyang Palace without bloodshed. Now this idea was even stronger. Unfortunately, Chunyang Palace was no longer the Chunyang Palace of the past. Fortunately, their elder Dao Junki volunteered to be Yang Chen's tripod furnace, which became the best way to repair their relationship with Yang Chen. Anyway, Chunyang Palace had no power in the spiritual world and the immortal world. There was still a long way to go. When Yang Chen ascended to heaven, he would naturally accept the kindness of the Taishanmen. Because it was taking a concubine, Yang Chen did not do it wantonly, and the Chunyang Palace did not publicize it. Just in the presence of the suzerains of the 3 sects, the women simply bowed to heaven and earth with Yang Chen, and the women officially became Yang Chen's concubines. The suzerains of the 3 sects all brought congratulatory gifts. To the surprise of all the people in Chunyang Palace, the gifts of the 3 sects, in addition to some ordinary auspicious things, were dozens of human heads. The heads of every disobedient elder who participated in the attack on Chunyang Palace were personally taken by the 3 sects and sent to Chunyang Palace as a congratulatory gift to celebrate Yang Chen's taking a concubine. All the heads were the reputable elders of the 3 sects. It had to be said that this time, the 3 sects did a good job. Moreover, the suzerains of the 3 sects did not conceal the last incident. As the suzerains, they personally apologized to the palace master of Chunyang Palace and offered incense to the ancestral hall of Chunyang Palace. The gesture was enough to give face to Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen. The other party gave so much face, Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace naturally could not neglect it. The palace master immediately said that there were a few unfilial disciples in every sect. The previous matter was written off and there was no need to mention it again. Greetings, my husband. In Yang Chen's courtyard, Yang Chen sat on a chair like a big master. Fairy Junki, Fairy Qingmu, and the Murong sisters, dressed in auspicious clothes, bowed to Yang Chen. Concubines and wives were different, and naturally had different etiquette. After experiencing a lot of things, the 7 girls finally became Yang Chen's concubines. For the 7 girls, it seemed that they had put down a big stone in their hearts, and everyone began to look forward to the next life. Looking at every beautiful concubine kneeling to him, Yang Chen's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable sense of pride. In his previous life, whether it was Fairy Junkie, Fairy Ching Mu, or the 5 fairies of Murong, they were all famous heroines in the world after thousands of years. It could be said that they were the pillars of their respective sects. It was just that in this life, they had all become his concubines. His life was so unpredictable that it couldn't be any worse. Counting the Cold Plum Fairy and the Dancing Snow Fairy, the 9 fairies in the future had all become his own people. The only 2 whose fates changed were Gaou and Gong Sunling. Feeling this unparalleled sense of accomplishment, Yang Chen secretly vowed that everything in his previous life would never be allowed to happen again. Chapter 1242. Speaking of which, the 7 concubines of Yang Chen this time, each had a higher cultivation base than Yang Chen and his 4 wives. Fairy Junkie was in the late darching stage, the Murong sisters were in the early darching stage, and the worst one, Fairy Ching Mu, had just reached the early darching stage and was consolidating her cultivation base. When the news spread outside, it also caused other cultivators to laugh and talk. Even if Yang Chen's level of alchemy was high, in terms of cultivation, he was not even as good as the worst concubine. Even if all the wives and concubines were counted, Yang Chen was also the one with the worst cultivation base. This kind of situation where yin was strong and yang was weak was simply the best topic to talk about. Those who were jealous of Yang Chen finally found a shortcoming of Yang Chen that they could not lift their heads. In any case, they had to make Yang Chen's reputation flourish. All kinds of unbearable news outside spread more and more widely, and soon the rumors reached the ears of Yang Chen through the Wine Immortal house. In this regard, Yang Chen just laughed it off. Gossip could not make Yang Chen lose half a hair, so what if he let them talk about it? Those who could only be immersed in this kind of spiritual victory, if they could not see through this, then their cultivation in this life would come to an end. Countless people wanted to know the secret of Yang Chen becoming a 5th-grade alchemist master, but they could not pay enough price, so naturally they could not get it. Those sects that spent a lot of money would never allow this kind of key news to spread, so it was tightly sealed. After all, although Yang Chen had announced his own secret, relatively speaking, among the forces that knew this secret, Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace were still the weakest. For the covetous eyes of Chunyang Palace, there were more and more guys outside. At this time, a series of things happened in Chunyang Palace, so that all eyes were focused on Chunyang Palace. However, on the 3rd day after Yang Chen took a concubine, after all the sect masters of the major sect had left, Hall Master Mengxian of the Law Enforcement Hall began to face his heavenly tribulation. After so many years of cultivation, Hall Master Mengxian, who had been on the threshold of the peak Yuanying stage for a long time, finally found his own opportunity to break through after taking a 7 emotions pill from Yang Chen. In front of many Yuanying stage masters in Chunyang Palace, Hall Master Mengxian calmly crossed his tribulation and entered the realm of the darching stage. On the 2nd day after the breakthrough of Hall Master Mengxian, Gong Suanling's master ancestor, Gao Shiyang, also with the help of Yang Chen's 7 emotions pill, passed the yin-fire tribulation in a slightly bumpy but dangerous situation, and also reached the early darching stage. Just when countless people were amazed at the good luck of Chunyang Palace and the power of Yang Chen's 7 emotions pill, only 1 day later, the head of the palace, He Liangchao, also began the process of crossing his tribulation with the help of the 7 emotions pill. Of course, the head of the palace consumed more than 1 7 emotions pill, but 2. In the orderly viewing scene of a group of masters in Chunyang Palace, the head of the palace could almost be said to have passed the yin-fire tribulation and achieved the darching stage. This was not enough. Just less than 2 hours after the head of the palace, another unknown master also crossed the tribulation in Chunyang Palace. People could see from the figure that it was a woman, but they could not judge the identity of the woman who crossed the tribulation. Later, it was known that the woman was the Dao companion of the head of the palace, who had always been a mysterious person. Wn Chen's appearance had long been changed by Yang Chen's appearance pill. Even people who were familiar with her could not recognize her. She had been working hard for so many years and had no distractions. After the head of the palace, immediately because of the connection of the Dao companion, she quickly entered the process of crossing the tribulation. 4wn Qian, all the demons in her heart, all the lack of self-confidence in the process of crossing the tribulation, and even the emotions of fear, were completely gone. She only knew the mechanical cultivation, doing things according to the instructions of the head of the palace, and nothing else. This kind of state was the closest to the essence of cultivation. The yin fire tribulation for her had no difficulty at all, and it was easy to pass. In just 3 days, Chunyang Palace added 4 masters of the Dacheng stage. The number of masters crossing the tribulation and the high success rate was simply stunning. In particular, this time, several elders of Chunyang Palace did not conceal that they had taken the 7 emotions pill before crossing the tribulation. As a result, the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill immediately became a holy object pursued by countless masters of the Yuanying stage and the Dacheng stage. So far, no one has seen the 6 desires pill except Yang Chen, but the 7 emotions pill has been proved by the Lord Tantai of the Green Jade Immortal Island, the head of the palace in Chunyang Palace, Elder Jiao Shiyang, Hall Master Meng Xian, and the Dao companion of the head of the palace. All of them had successfully entered the Dacheng stage from the peak Yuanying stage. The outstanding effect of the medicine really lived up to the reputation of Yang Chen's 5th-grade alchemist master. At this time, no one would pay attention to whether Yang Chen had a strong yin and weak yang after taking a concubine, and no one dared to make a move on Chunyang Palace. Just kidding, there were 4 more masters of the Dacheng stage. Even if they wanted to make a move, they had to weigh their own heads. The fate of dozens of masters of the Dacheng stage last time was still fresh in people's memory. Who would have nothing to do at this time to provoke Chunyang Palace? Wouldn't it be too late to curry favor? Do you want the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill? The Yuanying stage masters in Chunyang Palace had really opened their eyes in the past few days. They had watched the ceremony of 4 yin fire tribulations in a row, each of which was in a different way. For the cultivators, these were all experiences, and they were all solutions to problems that they may encounter in the future. Every Yuanying stage master in the sect was full of excitement, and then they began to retreat. Speaking of which, Yang Chen has not yet consummated with his 7 concubines. The things that happened in these days were enough to involve Yang Chen's energy. The 7 concubines were also fortunate enough to watch the ceremony of 4 yin fire tribulations in a row. Although it did not have much real significance for them, it was also a rare experience. What is this? Looking at the few round pills that Yang Chen reached out and handed over, Shi Wushuang asked with a little surprise and some doubts. 1000-year age-retaining pill. Yang Chen replied with a smile, took Shi Wushuang's little hand, and put a pill in her palm. Of course, good things should be used by our family first. Next, Fairy Junkie and the 5 Murong sisters each had a pill. No one would be left behind. Although they knew that Yang Chen would take good care of them after becoming a concubine, the 7 girls did not expect that this happiness would come so quickly. For a time, holding a few millennium face-retaining pills, all the women fell into a state of ecstasy and couldn't control themselves. Try it and see how it tastes. Yang Chen's words made Dao Junkie and the Murong sisters, who were also next to Yang Chen, laugh. Who would care about the taste of the pill when holding this level of pill? Chapter 1243. People outside say that your cultivation base is higher than mine. Yang Chen said with a smile, in that case, let them see that the women around me are not only stunning, but they are all masters of the Dacheng stage. They are all jealous of me. Listening to Yang Chen's reason, none of the women laughed. In fact, they also heard these rumors against Yang Chen, but the rumors were indeed true. Each of them had a higher cultivation base than Yang Chen, so they were always afraid that Yang Chen would have any ideas because of this. No one dared to talk to Yang Chen about these things. Now that Yang Chen said this, it was beyond their expectations. What are you afraid of? I, your husband, am not that stingy. Yang Chen looked at the minds of the women and knew what they were thinking. In fact, with Shi Wushuang there were many things that Yang Chen didn't have to worry about. She would naturally unite with the other women to handle it properly for Yang Chen. Even if she was afraid that Yang Chen would be unhappy, these things were also arranged by Shi Wushuang. My women have a high cultivation base, which is worthy of my pride. In the future, no one should think about it, otherwise, you will be punished according to the family rules. Yang Chen said very formally to the 7 fairies who have not really become his own women. Yang Chen's words made several women completely put down the knot in their hearts. They originally thought that it was like a rumor that women had a higher cultivation base than men, which would make Yang Chen lose face, but they didn't expect that Yang Chen would say this and be proud of them. For a time, the hearts of several women were filled with an indescribable happiness. Becoming a woman of Yang Chen was still a very warm thing. In addition, this age-retaining pill is only a stopgap measure. Yang Chen didn't mind that all his women looked young and beautiful. However, the women hadn't reached the point where they were united with Yang Chen. At least in Yang Chen's eyes, they hadn't reached that point yet. Although he had already made a great heart oath, Yang Chen still wouldn't take out all the good things at once. Eat it first and be happy for a few days. There will be better things in the future. There's a better permanent appearance pill? Fairy Junkie couldn't help but ask in surprise. Among the 7 girls, Fairy Junkie was the oldest. She was also the one who was most worried about her aging appearance. Now that she heard what her husband said, she was so overjoyed that she didn't know how to express herself. A pill that was better than the Millennium Face Retaining Pill, what kind of thing was that? 10,000 years everlasting face pill? It's a set of techniques for retaining one's appearance. It's said to be an original technique created by the mysterious fairy of the 9th heaven. However, Yang Chen was a little secretive. He didn't directly tell them about Fairy Chang'e's technique. Instead, he told them about the mysterious fairy of the 9th heaven's technique. Although it wasn't as powerful as Fairy Chang'e's, even in the immortal world, it was still a good thing that all the female cultivators would fight for. The mysterious fairy of the 9th heaven's technique? Even the youngest Shi Wushuang was surprised. As long as it was a woman, which woman wouldn't care about their appearance? Although the Murong sisters didn't speak, their expectant eyes almost emitted fire had already explained everything. Your current cultivation is still not enough. When you reach the peak of the Mahayana realm in the future, maybe you can start cultivating. The mysterious fairy of the 9th heaven's technique was not as effective as Fairy Chang'e's technique. The cultivation restriction was also an important part. Therefore, Yang Chen said that the eternal appearance pill was a temporary measure. For the women, this wasn't a problem at all. With this millennium appearance pill, they would definitely be able to maintain their current appearance until the peak of the Mahayana realm. Whether it was Fairy Junkie, the Murong sisters, or the Greenwood Fairy, they were all rare disciples with excellent qualifications in their respective sect. Transcending the tribulation to the Mahayana realm was simply a matter of course. There wouldn't be any twists and turns. Thank you, husband. Shi Wushuang also didn't expect that she would have such a surprise after marrying Yang Chen for just a few days. Looking at Yang Chen, who was smiling at her, she bowed again. We're family. There's no need to be so polite. Yang Chen stood up, took Shi Wushuang's small hand, and naturally pulled her into his arms. Shi Wushuang didn't struggle at all. She leaned against Yang Chen's side in enjoyment and closed her eyes involuntarily. Yang Chen didn't act pretentious. He kissed her heavily, causing the faces of the other women to blush. Fairy Junkie and the Murong sisters also stepped forward to thank him. The ecstasy in their hearts had already occupied the main part. However, Fairy Junkie was still interested in the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. She couldn't help but ask, husband, what kind of pill is the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill? The 7 emotions pill is a scam. It's trash. All of you have already transcended the tribulation. It's no longer of any use to you. Yang Chen's straightforward words stunned all the women who heard it. The 7 emotions pill was actually a scam. The 4 experts of Chunyang Palace had transcended the tribulation one after another. Could it be fake? Since you're already at the Mahayana realm, take these pills and give them to others to play with. Since Fairy Junkie had already asked about the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, Yang Chen wasn't stingy. He directly gave each of them several pills that they had never seen before. The 6 desires pill is also a scam. Just taste it. If you want to temper your state of mind, there are many ways. You don't have to care too much about this kind of pill. The so-called 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill was originally something that Yang Chen made because Shashanshan was plotted against and suppressed by several guys from the Green Jade Immortal Island. In Yang Chen's own words, it was indeed a scam. Although the effects he said were all there, if it was used to temper the state of mind, this kind of pill with suppressed effects was not as thorough as the 9 Nether Flying Sword. However, in the eyes of the women, they didn't feel like this at all. Such a precious 6 Desires pill was given to them just like that. It felt so unreal. As for the words that Yang Chen said about the scam, they had already automatically filtered it out. If such a thing was used as a gift, they didn't know how much the person who received the gift would owe the women. The several sect masters personally came to attend Yang Chen's wedding. It may not be that they didn't give Yang Chen face and wanted to get the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill. The 7 Emotions pill was already a good thing that people were eager to see, not to mention the 6 Desires pill, no one had seen it yet. They had now each gotten a few pills in their hands. Just these few 6 Desires pills were enough to make people outside fight for them, but in the eyes of their husband, it was just a trivial thing. Even if they came from the 3 major sect, the 7 girls had never felt so rich. The shock was simply irresistible. Of course, Yang Chen saw the shock of the women. In this regard, he didn't say much, but asked with a smile, "Who will accompany me tonight?" Chapter 1244. Yang Chen asked just to tease, but he did not expect that when he asked, the 7 girls all blushed. Even Shi Wushuang, who was now a little intimate, let go of Yang Chen's hand shyly, threw a blushing expression to Yang Chen, and quickly disappeared in front of Yang Chen. The disappearance of the 7 beautiful concubines made Yang Chen stunned. Looking at their expressions, it was obvious that they were shy because of his words. The problem was that when the relationship between the 2 parties had not been recognized before, the 7 girls could make very intimate actions. How come now that they were married, they were estranged? Soon, Yang Chen's doubts were answered. A graceful figure lowered her head and shyly came to Yang Chen. To Yang Chen's surprise, the first woman to come to Yang Chen was not the fairy Qingmu Shi Wushuang that Yang Chen thought, but fairy Junkie, Dao Junkie. Husband. Dao Junkie lowered her head and did not dare to look at Yang Chen. Standing opposite Yang Chen, she was at a loss. Even if she was in the darching stage, it seemed that she could not eliminate her nervousness at the moment. Yang Chen was a person who had been through it, and after being swept away by Lady Fanghua several times, he understood some of the women's mentality. This was the first time for Dao Junkie. Even if her cultivation was high, it was still the first time in her life. Such a performance was normal. Since he was the husband, Yang Chen certainly had to be responsible for the important task of guiding. He reached out and took Dao Junkie's little hand and gently pulled Dao Junkie into his arms. To be honest, this was the first time that Dao Junkie and Yang Chen were so close. At this moment, where was the bearing of a master of the darching stage, where was the pride of fairy Junkie? It was clear that she was a shy little village girl. For the first time, Yang Chen would not ruin the mood by wanting to dual cultivate with Dao Junkie, but slowly guide her to appreciate some of the beauty of husband and wife life. Husband, you don't have to pity me. Although Dao Junkie was extremely shy at the moment and didn't even dare to look at Yang Chen, she always remembered what Jiao Yu had reminded her last time and said softly, "This is Sister Gao's order." A person who should be much older than Jiao Yu in terms of seniority and age, but at this moment, because of Yang Chen, he had to call Jiao Yu as a sister, which was also a matter that made people speechless. "There's no need to think too much about it." Yang Chen replied with a smile, but his demonic hands were already slowly exploring Dao Junkie's body. "Enjoy it." Under Yang Chen's overbearing yet gentle caress, Dao Junkie's entire body had involuntarily heated up. She felt that her heart was beating uncontrollably. She only knew to squeeze her body into Yang Chen's embrace like an ostrich, but she didn't dare to take the initiative to do anything. Soon, under Yang Chen's initiative, Dao Junkie turned from a young girl to a woman. That kind of wonderful feeling made Dao Junkie want to immerse herself in it and never come out. Her body seemed to have been floating in the air, and she didn't want to fall for a moment. The unprecedented joy that came from her bones made Dao Junkie's soul drift away countless times. When Dao Junkie was in a trance in the bliss and almost on the verge of being confused, Yang Chen sent a glass of wine that smelled very mellow to her mouth. At this moment, Dao Junki had long belonged to Yang Chen wholeheartedly. How could she refuse? She obediently drank the wine that Yang Chen fed her, and then completely lost consciousness. After settling Dao Junki down, Yang Chen was planning to cultivate to relieve his desire, but the door of the room made a soft sound. Another graceful figure with a red face appeared at the door and walked over slowly with her head down. The eldest sister of the Murong sisters, Murong Han, was also one of Yang Chen's concubines. She shyly walked to Yang Chen's side. Compared to Dao Junki, the Murong sisters were much bolder. This could be seen from the way they dared to approach Yang Chen with Lady Fenghua's guidance when they first came into contact with Yang Chen. However, even so, this was also the first time for the Murong sisters. The eldest sister came in alone, and her face was still full of red. She didn't know if it was because she heard the voices of Yang Chen and Dao Junki before, or because she also had to face Yang Chen. Sister Gao said, "Husband, don't always hold it in." Murong Han's voice was like a mosquito, but it was clearly passed to Yang Chen's ears. As she spoke, Murong Han took the initiative to extend her small hand into Yang Chen's hand, and she lowered her head and said, "Husband, take pity on me." It was Gao Yu's command again. Yang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. This was not as simple as Gao Yu seeing that the 7 girls had a firm mind at that time and made a heart demon oath to follow Yang Chen. It was clear that Gao Yu took pity on Yang Chen's body, and the 4 of them couldn't let Yang Chen enjoy himself, so she let the 7 girls join in and deliberately let Yang Chen be happy. It was also the first time. Yang Chen certainly couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. There was a long time in the future. Even if Yang Chen was impatient, it was impossible to leave an imperfect memory for the girls at this time. Therefore, Yang Chen still used gentle methods to send Murong Han to the peak of pleasure. It had to be said that Yang Chen's body was already strong enough. 2 fairies in the Mahayana stage could not let Yang Chen completely release himself. On the contrary, Murong Han also fell into that kind of intoxication and was unable to extricate herself. Similarly, after Yang Chen fed her a large cup of wine, Murong Han also fell into a deep sleep. Next, the Murong sisters came in one after another. Murong Nan, Murong Shu, Murong Yang, and Murong Bai, one by one, completed their anticipated and nervous but extremely happy first time. They turned from young girls to women, and then when they were at the peak of happiness and about to lose consciousness, they drank a large cup of wine from Yang Chen and fell into a deep sleep. After the Murong sisters, the last to enter was Fairy Qing Mu. There was no doubt that Shi Wushuang was a smart person. She knew that she had just broken through the bottleneck because of Yang Chen's guidance. Therefore, even though she was in Yang Chen's arms, she still left resolutely, giving the opportunity in front to Dao Junki and the Murong sisters, and she was willing to be the last in line. Yang Chen did not favor one and discriminate against the other. Instead, he took pity on Shi Wushuang, who had just passed the tribulation and had yet to consolidate her cultivation base. He deliberately made love with Shi Wushuang for a long time, letting Shi Wushuang completely open to Yang Chen from body to heart. Only then did he gently send Shi Wushuang to the peak. It was the first time that Shi Wushuang realized that the happiness between husband and wife could actually make her so happy. It was even more addictive than breaking through in cultivation, making people so happy that they forgot about home. Without exception, Shi Wushuang drank the wine that Yang Chen fed her while she was in a daze. Although she did not know what it was, she would not be so special if the other sisters drank it. Chapter 1245. Dao Junki felt very comfortable, as if she had not enjoyed such a wonderful sleep for countless years. She even had a feeling that she did not want to wake up. Half asleep, Dao Junki seemed to find that she had sweated a lot, which made her body very uncomfortable. But very soon, a pair of gentle hands carried her into the warm water, washing away the filth on her body. Then, she was sent into another kind of warm liquid. That refreshing and comfortable feeling made Dao Junki fall into a deep sleep again. After a long time, Dao Junki's tightly closed eyes finally moved slightly. Her long eyelashes slowly fluttered a few times, and she completely opened them. As soon as she woke up, Dao Junki found that she was actually soaking in a strange purple liquid, naked. Before she had time to think about other things, Dao Junki was shocked. She had kept her chastity for thousands of years, but Dao Junki had never been so naked in front of others, not even in front of her own maid. When she thought of the feeling in her dream, Dao Junki almost collapsed. "Don't be nervous, Archie." A familiar voice came to Dao Junki's ears. Then, a warm big hand reached out from behind and hugged Dao Junki's naked chest without hesitation, pulling her body into the arms of an equally naked person. As soon as she heard that voice, Dao Junki no longer felt nervous and struggled. She obediently let the big hand put her body. It was Yang Chen's voice, her husband's hand, and her husband's body. All the memories before she fainted came back to Dao Junki's mind. The feeling of being gently protected by her husband and being sent to the peak of ecstasy made Dao Junki feel a little shy when she thought of it. How could she be so wanton? It seemed that her voice was not soft at that time. If there was no accident, it must have been heard by her other sisters. Her husband must have heard it clearly. Dao Junki did not understand why she, who kept her chastity like a jade, could not control herself at that moment. Thinking of this, Dao Junki had a feeling of shame. At the same time, she was a little afraid that her husband would misunderstand her as a lewd person. If her husband had that kind of understanding, Dao Junki would hate to die. Don't let your imagination run wild. After being instructed by Lady Fanghua in this aspect, Yang Chen seemed to have a kind of comprehension ability. Without a teacher, he understood Dao Junki's mood at this time and comforted her softly. "You like it." Dao Junki's perturbed heart finally returned to its original place. As long as Yang Chen didn't blame her for being lascivious, especially when Yang Chen said that he liked her, it made Dao Junki feel like she was back in heaven. What is this? After calming down, Dao Junki finally noticed the situation around her. Not only her, but the Murong sisters and Shi Wushuang were also in the strange warm purple liquid, but they were still in a deep sleep. For a while, Dao Junki remembered the glass of wine she drank before she fell asleep, and she couldn't help but ask, "Husband, what did you feed me?" A large cup of jade dragon brewing yeast made with 4C's mysterious coral liquid for hundreds of thousands of years. It melted a 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill and a millennium appearance pill. Yang Chen hugged Dao Junki's naked body and replied casually. The body in his arms suddenly stiffened, and after a while, it relaxed. In this regard, Yang Chen had expected it and did not feel strange. He just took the opportunity to stroke the beautiful body in his arms, feeling the amazing softness and elasticity. Dao Junki had never imagined that the large cup of liquid she had drunk would actually contain such a shocking thing. The 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, needless to say, it was Yang Chen's way to relieve Dao Junki's pain. Not to mention the millennium appearance pill, it was a good thing that every female cultivator in the world dreamed of. Speaking of it, the jade dragon brewing yeast that was hundreds of thousands of years old was just a concoction to make the cup of liquid taste mellow and more delicious. What was really precious was a large cup of 4C's mysterious coral liquid. As an elder of Taishanmen, how could he not know the effect of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid? The discomfort after sweating in a half-awake state must be because of the body's impurities being discharged. Just in the shock, Dao Junki did not realize what the strange purple liquid that soaked Yang Chen and the women's delicate bodies was. After realizing that there was such a thing as the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, Dao Junki naturally understood what this purple liquid was. Dao Junki never thought that one day she would use the 4C's mysterious coral liquid to take a bath. Such a whimsical idea, it was estimated that she would be ridiculed by countless knowledgeable people from head to toe, and then scolded for daydreaming. However, everything in front of her was very real, but it really told her that this was not a dream, she was really taking a bath with the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. When Dao Junki was intoxicated in the unbelievable state of disbelief and could not extricate herself, the Murong sisters and Shi Wushuang also began to wake up one by one. Yang Chen also did not favor one over the other. After they gently soothed each of them, and then after they asked the same question as Dao Junki, he used a simple and true answer to send several darching stage beauties from the 5 major sect, who were well informed and had a high cultivation base, into a state of extreme shock. The 7 beauties were confused for a long time in this state of disbelief. Only then did they truly realize how wealthy their husband was. His wealth was comparable to that of a country. In contrast, getting a few Six Desires pills and appearance pill before they consummated their marriage made them feel that they were already in a generous mood. How inexperienced they were and how petty they were. The feeling of disbelief even made them forget the benefits of drinking the 4C's mysterious coral liquid for their bodies and cultivation. When they thought about it, they found that they couldn't seem to be surprised. In front of a husband who took a bath with the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, drinking a few cups of the distiller's yeast made by the 4C's mysterious coral liquid suddenly seemed so insignificant. Don't make a fuss. No matter what, I, your husband, am not a poor man, am I? Yang Chen's lazy voice reached the ears of the women. It seemed that there was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Although there are a lot of wives and concubines, the husband can afford it. This kind of words that could directly kill almost all the rich people in the mortal world, listening to the ears of the women, caused a burst of laughter and tears. If such a point could only afford to raise a wife and concubines, then what was their respective sect? Beggar gang. Chapter 1246. From a practical point of view, whether it was Fairy Junkie, Fairy Ching Mu, or the 5 Murong fairies, when they first got close to Yang Chen, it was because of the sect's intention. In addition, they were a little curious, so they came to Yang Chen's side. At that time, it was absolutely nonsense to say that they liked Yang Chen. It was purely for the benefit of the sect, and they had the intention to sacrifice themselves for the sect. Even from a certain point of view, Yang Chen's reputation for being lecherous had really added a lot of negative marks to him. From the bottom of their hearts, the girls looked down on Yang Chen. No matter how powerful he was, it was still the same impression. But after getting to know him, they found that Yang Chen did not seem to be as lecherous as they had heard. Even the close service of the incomparably beautiful Murong sisters, Yang Chen seemed to avoid it. When he first came into contact with them, he never touched them or had any lustful eyes. If he had to say anything, it was just admiration, not indecency. Speaking of which, although Yang Chen's cultivation was not high, his talent was very good. Not only was he the only 5th-grade alchemist in the mortal world, but he also discovered the mystery of the acquired spiritual root. This discovery was simply a great thing that benefited countless cultivators. Yang Chen also did not hold back and announced it. In addition to the previous impression, at that time, when the 7 girls faced Yang Chen, they just did not hate him. Yang Chen never took the opportunity to take advantage of them or do other things, which made the 7 girls who slowly got to know him a little curious. Once a woman became curious about a man, it was inevitable that she would learn something about him. Therefore, the 7 girls naturally fell into a strange circle. The more they learned about Yang Chen through other channels, the more they felt attracted. Not to mention anything else, Yang Chen had actually been suppressed after he joined the sect. As the genius disciples of their respective sect, they could not understand this and had never experienced it. Under such circumstances, Yang Chen relied on the spirit of self-improvement to come to the present step by step, and even got the favor of Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy. After understanding Yang Chen's experience, the 7 girls had to admit that if they were in his shoes, they would also be attracted. At least when they approached Yang Chen, they no longer had the grievances of being forced by the sect. Instead, they wanted to see Yang Chen. Yang Chen of them did not spend much time with them. Fairy Junkie of Junkie wanted to pull Chen to the Taishanman chariot, and was even ready to sacrifice. Fairy Ching Mu saw a limitless future in Yang Chen. As for the Murong 5 sisters, because of the excellence of the 5 people, coupled with the reason that the quintuplets did not want to separate, since Yang Chen could attract them, it was not unacceptable for them to follow Yang Chen. Each of them had a different idea. What was similar was that at a suitable time, Fairy Ching Mu made a prompt decision to make a great vow of the heart demon. Under the situation where the other women competed to imitate her, she got the approval of Gao Yu, who was Yang Chen's master and also Yang Chen's first wife. This time, even if it was Yang Chen, there was no reason to object. Gao Yu's starting point was not how much the 7 girls would like Yang Chen. She only cared about whether her husband would not feel so wronged. Every time, he would suppress his own desire. Even if Blue Afterglow, Flowing Cloud, Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow were used together, they could not completely satisfy her husband's needs. As the first wife, of course, she had to take good care of her husband. Everything that happened next was logical. From the process of discovering the immortal peach, the women found that young Chen did not have any seniors to take care of him or run into some dogshit luck, but used his own analysis and insight to get that kind of benefit. When the secret of the 5th grade alchemist master was announced, not to mention anything else, just the mountain of medicinal dregs made the women re-recognize young Chen. The hard work that young Chen had put in the process of alchemy was by no means imaginable by anyone. Coupled with the extraordinary nature of fire control, he completely moved the hearts of the 7 girls. At that moment, even if there was no sex coercion, even if there was no deep and complicated interest relationship, they were willing to marry young Chen. That was a sincere feeling of liking him, without any other emotions mixed in at all. In young Chen, they saw the limit of a cultivator's hard work and saw a down-to-earth example of success. How could they not like such a person? Although the arrangement of the sect could only be a concubine in the end, the 7 girls did not feel wronged. Since they liked young Chen, and the sect was also happy to see it, there was no problem. What they didn't expect was that after marrying young Chen for the first time, they were completely lost in the charm of young Chen and were completely conquered. The kind of happiness that the body and mind completely belonged to someone was even more addictive than the feeling of cultivation improvement. Then, astonishment took over. What young Chen showed was not just wealth, but a kind of wealth that could make all the so-called rich sect feel ashamed to death. For young Chen, since they were already his concubines, of course, they could not be wronged. Even his apprentices could bathe with the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, so they would naturally be treated better. However, some things were not suitable to be taken out at once, and they would look at the situation in the future. Fairy Junkie, Fairy Ching Mu and Murong 5 fairies were all masters of the Darching stage, and they were all from the big sect. After being shocked for a long time, they finally calmed down. The instructions they received from the sect were to take advantage of the time when young Chen and Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue were estranged, to close the distance with young Chen as much as possible. In addition to Gaou's previous instructions, how could the girls still not know what to do? They have already experienced a happy first time, plus young Chen once said that he liked their indulgence, so the 7 girls were entangled with young Chen in this huge pool of 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. All the women were masters of the Darching stage. Their bodies had experienced the baptism of the yin fire tribulation. They were stronger than Gaou, Gong Sunling, Sun Qingxue, and Shishanshan, and they were more able to withstand the attack of young Chen. Young Chen finally did not have to consider the feelings of the women for the time being, and indulged wantonly once. Even so, the 7 girls also took turns to fight, and finally, after suffering more than a dozen peaks, young Chen completely broke out. Even so, the women also rested several times in the middle and rotated several times. In the end, they could not escape the feeling of their bodies turning into a pool of mud. In the pool of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, they fell asleep again. Young Chen was lying in a pile of pink curved snow, but he found that his spiritual power, after this indulgence, seemed to have a more concise posture. Chapter 1247. The Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art, like the yin-yang heaven burning fire, was a cultivation method that only existed in legends. Of course, it did not mean that the original cultivation method could not be cultivated by others, but the original cultivation method of the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art, from ancient times to the present, only young Chen had cultivated it all. Young Chen did not expect from beginning to end that even the normal life of a husband and wife would have such an impact on his spiritual power. If this trend continued, maybe young Chen's future cultivation would also be indulged in the process of daily debauchery. This was a later story. Young Chen was now considering how to cultivate and arrange next. The biggest pit had been dug for the Taishanmen, just waiting for the time to erupt. However, now that there was Fairy Junkie, he had to consider more about her feelings. He could only find a way to let Dao Junkie ascend as soon as possible. When the time comes, what the eyes don't see, the heart doesn't grieve, and she doesn't have to face that moment. Since it was young Chen's woman, young Chen would consider it for her. After waking up again, the 7 girls all had a bright color that had been moistened by rain and dew, Plus they were newly married, so that young Chen could not wait to push them down again. Fortunately, everyone was a master cultivator, and they could control their emotions. They didn't know when the 7 girls' own clothes could not be found, but on the edge of the 4 seas' mysterious coral liquid pool, there were 7 sets of beautiful women's clothes. The girls had long known that GAOU's refining technique was also famous for its exquisite craftsmanship. This must be the new clothes that Sister GAO had prepared for them. Naturally, Yang Chen's robes had always been carefully made by GAOU and were also placed there. The girls ignored their shyness and first served Yang Chen to put on his robes, then they quickly put on their new clothes, and then followed their husband to choose their favorite room. They thought that the 4 seas' mysterious coral liquid bath was already an unimaginable luxury and waste. When the girls saw the Dragon Palace room, they discovered that it was just the most inconspicuous small pool. It was unknown how many years of treasures the Dragon clan had collected. How could an ordinary mortal cultivator imagine it? The worst material in the Dragon Palace, even if it was a floor tile, was a jaw-dropping piece of top-notch jade that had been meticulously refined into a handicraft. It was no exaggeration to say that in Yang Chen's luxurious palace, any random brick could be exchanged for a small sect. Any one of the flowers and plants in the courtyard was a heavenly treasure that could cause a bloody battle for the treasure. But here, these were just materials used to decorate the flower beds and grasslands because the flowers and leaves were beautiful. As for the rooms, there was no need to talk about how beautiful or luxurious they were. Just the spiritual veins in each room were enough to make countless sect leaders of the sect beat their chests and stamp their feet. The kind of spiritual energy that could be used as a mountain gate of a large sect was the most common standard in every room. Not to mention, Yang Chen would also target each person's different spiritual root attributes and would give them different 4 seas mysterious coral liquid to use as a separate bath lotion. What is this place? Dao Junki, the recognized eldest sister among the 7 girls, was the most knowledgeable person. She couldn't help but be shocked by Yang Chen's big move again and couldn't help but ask. A golden house used to hide beauties. Yang Chen said it very casually. This sentence caused a burst of coquettishness and unwillingness. The 7 girls didn't realize that they seemed to have completely recognized Yang Chen and regarded themselves as Yang Chen's women. In the past, it was impossible for these masters of the Darching stage to speak in such a coquettish tone. But here, it was natural that they didn't think about it. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with a few Darching stage women acting coquettishly to a middle Yuanying stage master. If my textual research is not wrong, this should be the legendary Dragon Palace. Yang Chen finally told the truth under the coquettish voice of several concubines. With the last experience of Yang Chen finding the immortal peach from the myths and legends, the girls would not have any doubt about Yang Chen's textual research. Since it was already in the hands of Yang Chen, it must have been obtained in a similar process. The legendary Dragon Palace made the girls speechless for a while, but they had already determined in their hearts that apart from the Dragon Palace, what else could be explained? A series of shocks had made them feel a sense of familiarity. Even if Yang Chen said that this was the Soaring Heaven Treasure Palace, it was estimated that they would not fall into a sluggish state again and again as they did not long ago. The 7 girls didn't even know that they had unconsciously developed a kind of calmness that would not change color even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. Although they felt that they already had such temperament in the past, compared to now, after hearing, seeing, and touching these things, the previous calmness was only theoretical. Everyone happily chose their own rooms, and then began to decorate their own rooms with joy. They also knew that here, Yang Chen would never let them bring in their original slaves. Everything could only be done by themselves. About the Green Jade Immortal Island, the 7 girls also knew something about it from other channels. After all, at that time, the Green Jade Immortal Island punished a core elder and an ordinary elder, and the matter was spread a lot. Now the girls understood how wrong Bei Shuangyu and Liu Ziwei were. With the support of Yang Chen, it was simply a big joke to use the sect's rules to disgust Shishanshan. Greetings, sister. Soon, the girls found Gaou and Gong Sunling in the Dragon Palace. No one dared to neglect, they rushed to the side of Gaou and Gong Sunling, and according to the etiquette of a concubine greeting a big wife, they paid their respects. We are sisters, no need to be so polite. Gao Yu had the demeanor of a big wife. After helping them up one by one, she smiled and encouraged them. You have done a good job, and you will serve your husband more attentively in the future. Gao Yu's words made the 7 girls almost lower their heads to their chests in shame. Obviously, everything that happened between them and Yang Chen in the pool outside fell into Gao Yu's eyes. Otherwise, Gao Yu would not say that they did a good job. When they thought that their appearance was seen by Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, the girls were a little ashamed and angry, and they could no longer lift their heads. Sisters, don't worry too much. Gao Yu has been encouraging the girls, and at the same time, her face was a little apologetic. My husband has been enduring very hard, this is our fault. With you here, my husband doesn't have to work so hard. Sister is here, thank you everyone. After that, she bowed and saluted. Only then did the 7 girls understand that Gao Yu was not making fun of them. After returning the salute, they couldn't help but think of the madness with Yang Chen at that time. In everyone's heart, there was a sweet and happy feeling. Chapter 1248. After Yang Chen announced the cultivation secret of the 5th grade alchemist master, basically for a period of time, Chunyang Palace was relatively calm. Even when Yang Chen accepted 7 concubines at a time, there was no fanfare publicity, it was just the presence of several sect masters. It looked shabby, but the level and scale were not low at all. Similarly, there was nothing special about Yang Chen here. In addition to practicing alchemy, he was enjoying the life of a newlywed with his new concubines. The days were very peaceful. Fairy Junkie, Fairy Qing Mu and Murong 5th Fairy have slowly begun to get used to the life of a husband around them, and they also began to understand each other and get along well with each other. Of course, they were more accustomed to the extravagance of Yang Chen's seemingly dilapidated small courtyard that would make countless people stunned. The shock brought to everyone by Yang Chen was not completely over. Gao Yu gave the women another solid surprise. Everyone had a life source flying sword. Gao Yu just asked them to show their flying sword in a casual chat, then according to each person's characteristics, she commented on their life source flying sword. Although Gao Yu was only in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage and was close to the late stage, in terms of refining, after the tempering of the dragon horn flying sword, she already had a master-level vision. A few casual comments could always surprise everyone who was commented on. If it was just a verbal comment, it would be fine. Whenever they found the flaws of their life source flying sword, Gao Yu would always ask them to take the flying sword and then use a set of tools they had never heard of to repair it. Due to the status of Gao Yu's wife, although the women were not very happy, they still did not refuse, and some of them gave their life source magic weapons to Gao Yu. After being modified by Gao Yu like this, it would take at least a few decades to dispel the aura that Gao Yu left behind, and then it would have to be tempered again. However, when they received the life source flying sword that had been modified by Gao Yu, the women were surprised to find that it had been clearly modified by Gao Yu, but the life source flying sword did not have any aura of Gao Yu. It was completely their own magic weapon, and it was not contaminated by any external aura. They were already masters of the Dacheng stage, and all of them came from famous families. Which of the 7 girls didn't understand what this meant? Suddenly, he had a whole new level of respect for Gao Yu, who he had always thought was only Yang Chen's master. No one in the mortal world could do what Gao Yu just did. Those who had tempered their natal magic treasures were aware of the hard work they had to put in. Even if their natal magic treasure had a slight flaw, it would not be easy to fix it. They themselves were masters of refining. If they were replaced by ordinary cultivators, if they did not lay a good foundation for the magic weapon in the beginning, they could only use a defective natal magic treasure for a lifetime. Gao Yu's move almost subverted everyone's cognition. Even the tempered natal magic treasure could be so easily changed, but it would not bring any impact to the owner. As long as the news spread out, the sensation would be no less than the glory of Yang Chen, the 5th grade alchemist master. Everyone thought that Gao Yu was just lucky, a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse, and she accepted Yang Chen as her apprentice. It was said that Yang Chen still found Gao Yu to be his master. It seemed that he had an idea about his master a long time ago. Everyone only thought that Gao Yu was just a foil. Now the women discovered that Gao Yu was already a master who was no less than Yang Chen. They had heard of the reputation of Gaou's refining master before, but after all, it was a rumor. Gao did not have many works that could be remembered. Only now did the women understand that their husband's official wife was not such a simple person. Gong Sunling only met everyone once, and then she retreated alone, not knowing what she was cultivating. However, everyone's eyesight was good. Gong Suanling's cultivation base seemed to have entered the late Yuanying stage. Calculating from her cultivation time, such a cultivation speed was enough to make countless geniuses feel ashamed. Not to mention the cold plum fairy and dancing snow fairy, they had long been famous for their geniuses. Only now did the 7 concubines realize that the people by their husband's side were not easy to deal with. After realizing this, the 7 girls' attitude towards Gaou became more respectful. Gaou was as kind as ever, and did not bully the women by virtue of her status as a wife. The only requirement that was like an order was that they should serve their husband well. When it came to this, the 7 girls couldn't help blushing. Yang Chen seemed to have a taste of it, almost every time he slept with the 7 girls. The 7 girls were also sent to the peak by Yang Chen more than a dozen times each time. Every time they would always show the side that they were most unwilling to be misunderstood in front of Yang Chen. After that, they were always ashamed and angry, but they were also looking forward to it. In addition, Yang Chen's daily life seemed very leisurely, always holding a piece of jade slip that he didn't know where to study carefully. After Yang Chen revealed the secret of the cultivation of the 5th grade alchemist master, the women also understood that Yang Chen had never stopped exploring various medicinal properties, and had never stopped practicing the art of fire control. In the same way, he had never stopped cultivating, but everyone could not see it. It must be said that the qualifications of the 7 girls were absolutely top-notch. Each of them was a genius with a full value or close to the full value of a single attribute of the innate 5 elements. Yang Chen soon discovered that after having a good time with them, the purity of his spiritual power would unconsciously improve. At this point, the women also felt the same, and they were all happy in their hearts. This was another reason why they would look forward to having a good time with Yang Chen. This time, Yang Chen revealed the cultivation method of the 5th grade alchemist master and received more than 20 rewards from the sect. In addition to the addition of a few kinds of 7th grade fire seeds, the others were compensated with various other medicinal materials and magic weapons of the same value. Yang Chen was very generous. Apart from the fire seeds and medicinal materials, the things were directly divided into 2 halves. One half was divided into 4, and equally distributed to his 4 wives. The other half was divided into 7 parts, which were naturally distributed to his 7 new concubines. Suddenly getting such a batch of wealth that was enough to support a second-rate sect, even Fairy Junkie, whose cultivation base was as high as the late Darching stage, could not help but be shocked by Yang Chen's generosity again. Yang Chen's move this time directly led to the improvement of the state of mind of the 7 girls. At least in the face of material temptation, they would not be easily tempted. Such surprises came one after another, so that the 7 girls could not believe it. The distance between Fang Xinxin and her husband had been much closer. Chapter 1249. The days of peaceful cultivation in the sect, living a peaceful home life, finally ended after the arrival of a rogue cultivator. This rogue cultivator was entrusted by someone to send something to Yang Chen. The thing was very simple, it was a tightly wrapped box. At the same time, there was a sentence with the box: the 9th water flying sword can be refined. As soon as he received this news, Yang Chen knew that this was the news sent by his sworn brother Li Cheng. The refining of the 9th water flying sword, apart from Yang Chen and his 4 wives, only Li Cheng knew. Moreover, Yang Chen asked Li Cheng to find a way. Now Li Cheng sent someone to send the news that it could be refined. Obviously, he had found the refining method. A 2nd grade inner sensing pill made the Jedan stage rogue cultivator who sent the news so happy that he couldn't find the north. Just running a trip, there was such a good thing. He hated that he couldn't do anything every day, just run errands for Yang Chen. The box was sealed with a very mysterious restriction, and ordinary people didn't know how to open it. However, for Yang Chen, this was not a difficult thing. This restriction, the way to break it was very simple. as long as the spiritual awareness cultivation base reached the 5th grade of the human immortal realm. As soon as his spiritual awareness was stimulated, the box opened smoothly, revealing the contents inside. A compass, which didn't look delicate, seemed to be made with a few things in a hurry. There was no sign on it, only a flexible pointer. As long as it was stimulated with spiritual power, the pointer would immediately point in one direction. Needless to say, this was used by Li Cheng to point out the direction to Yang Chen. Li Cheng's meaning was also very clear to Yang Chen, that is, he wanted him to follow the direction pointed by the compass and go to the rendezvous. Presumably, the method to refine the 9th water flying sword was not so simple, it needed to be discussed face to face. Yang Chen had no doubt that Li Cheng would lie to him, there was no need for that. Although Yang Chen never knew the true identity of Li Cheng, he never doubted that Li Cheng could make his soul fly away with a raise of his hand. This was purely a feeling, but Yang Chen was exceptionally convinced. It was not a coincidence that the Grand Elder of the Taishanmen was beheaded by Li Cheng with one sword. With this piece of good news, Yang Chen no longer needed to stay in the sect. This time, both Gaou and Gong Sunling stayed in the sect. Before leaving, Gaou told the 7 girls to follow Yang Chen all the way and serve him well. This was not the first time Yang Chen had gone out with the 7 girls, but it was the first time they had gone out with Yang Chen since they married Yang Chen. Even Yang Chen didn't know where he was going, which made the 7 Darching stage concubines puzzled. At their level, a journey without a destination seemed a little reckless. However, since Yang Chen insisted, no one objected. At worst, they would just go out to gain experience and follow their own husband. It was not an unbearable thing. During the journey, Yang Chen discovered that his 7 Darching stage concubines also had a very elegant hobby, and their level was very surprising. Fairy Junkie liked calligraphy on weekdays. When she encountered something annoying, she would write constantly to achieve the purpose of calming down. She had been immersed in calligraphy for nearly 1,000 years, and she had good attainments in all kinds of calligraphy styles. Those masters in the mortal world, in front of Fairy Junkie's calligraphy, were nothing more than a group of children's graffiti. Fairy Qingmu liked Go. In her leisure time, she always closed her eyes and played blind chess. She also had a deep understanding of the way of choosing between vertical and horizontal. It was no wonder that Fairy Qingmu in his previous life was so good at doing things. It was inseparable from this hobby. The Murong 5 sisters were very surprising to Yang Chen. What the 5 sisters liked most was to work together to paint. What was amazing was that each of them would only use their own attribute spiritual power to mix in the brush and paint the scenery with their own 5 elements. Every time the 5 women collaborated on a painting, it could make people feel the mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements in it. The whole painting was indescribably smart and harmonious, which made people want to slap the table and praise it. Usually, they cooperated like this. It was no wonder that in cultivation and fighting, the 5 of them could be like one. From this point of view, it had to be said that everything was not without a reason. I just know a little bit. When the women asked Yang Chen always answered modestly. However, when he began to communicate with them separately, the women found that every word Yang Chen said seemed to speak to the deepest part of their hearts, which made them feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. In Yang Chen's previous life, it was hopeless to cultivate in the heavenly court, so he had dabbled in various aspects. Being tortured, what made Yang Chen persevere, in addition to the thoughts of revenge for his master, had to focus his mind on some external things. Although he only dabbled to a limited extent, compared with those guys in the heavenly court, he was not specialized at all. But at this level in the mortal world, Yang Chen was still able to talk with the women about their respective hobbies, and could even have in-depth exchanges in their respective fields, and then point out some of their current shortcomings. The 7 girls did not expect that their husband would be such an elegant person who was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They were pleasantly surprised and rejoiced in their choice. In the end, even if they ascended, they were still women. Who didn't like to lie in the arms of their beloved husband and exchange their favorite hobbies with him? This was the feeling of suddenly meeting a bosom friend after being alone for hundreds or thousands of years. Everyone seemed to have experienced the time when they were alone with young Chen many times in their dreams. It was so familiar, so harmonious, and they wished they could occupy their husband like this, and be in harmony with each other forever. Even when everyone was together, young Chen was always able to gather everyone's hobbies together, from calligraphy to painting skills, and then to chess skills. Occasionally, he would say some of his views, which always made the women thoughtful and happy. Young Chen was like a mysterious treasure house, one more layer of contact, one more layer of discovery, but they could never see the end, making every fairy have a feeling of regret for not having met him earlier. At this time, the women seemed to have forgotten the sex instructions, and devoted themselves to the arms of their husband. It was only a few years, but it seemed like they had lived together for hundreds of years. Occasionally, the women would think of the sex instructions, but they couldn't help but worry. Once young Chen and the sect had discord, what should they do? Unknowingly, young Chen had left the Dao sect's territory with the 7 girls, once again rushed into the boundless sea, and flew to the other side of the sea. Chapter 1250. It was not the first time for young Chen to cross the vast sea. However, this time it was different. There were 7 Darching stage masters, 1 in the late Darching stage and 6 in the early Darching stage, and all of them were from the big sect. In this regard, young Chen's previous trips with his 4 wives were completely incomparable. In the past, young Chen's trips would definitely cause a lot of people to covet him, and even some people would ambush him. After all, young Chen and his 4 wives, the strongest one was only in the late Yuanying stage, and people who surpassed this realm were everywhere. Not everyone knew that the combat power of Shishanshan alone was enough to fight with Elder Minute in the late Darching stage. Now with these 7 concubines accompanying him, no one dared to hit young Chen again. At least within the domain of the Dao sects, no one dared to provoke them easily. No one had the assurance to subdue 7 Darching stage masters at the same time, especially when their husband young Chen still had many 100 years pills in his hands. No one would hate to die quickly. The powerful sea beasts encountered along the way became a pastime for the women to travel in boredom. Of course, in fact, it was not so boring to sit in the shuttle with young Chen. Among the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword, young Chen still lacked the 9th water flying sword and the 8th metal flying sword. The 9th water flying sword already had the materials, and Li Cheng may also have the refining method. He believed that he would be able to start refining soon. However, the 8th metal flying sword has not been found. Even among the huge rewards received this time, there was no 8th metal material suitable for young Chen to refine the flying sword. It was a little regretful that he couldn't gather the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword in a short time, but young Chen didn't care. A lot of things depended on fate. He believed that as long as the opportunity came, some things would come to his door. Just like the 8th metal spiritual solution, after meeting elder brother Li Cheng, the two of them naturally exchanged and everything was in order. The purity of young Chen's spirit power had increased a lot, causing the shuttle's speed to increase a bit. According to the directions of the compass given by Li Cheng, young Chen took less than 2 years to reach the place where Li Cheng had agreed to meet. It was a small island, and there was nothing on it that could move one's heart. It seemed that Li Cheng had randomly found a remote island just to communicate with young Chen. When young Chen arrived with his 7 concubines, there was no trace of anyone on the island. There was not even a single powerful siren in the vicinity. It was an empty island with a stone that looked like a marker on it. The compass was pointing to that stone. "Husband, is this the place that the person who invited you to come to?" Shi Wushuang looked around and couldn't help but frown. "I invited young Chen to come over, but no one was waiting. Isn't this sworn brother a bit too arrogant? If the compass is correct, it should be here." Young Chen looked at the compass and then stared at the stone. The stone was neither big nor small, about the height of a person. It looked like an ordinary rock on an ordinary island. Bang! After observing for a while, young Chen directly smashed the stone into pieces. Then, young Chen vaguely discovered that a subtle, almost imperceptible spiritual awareness escaped from the stone and disappeared into the distance in a blink of an eye. "Okay, pack up and wait for elder brother to come over." Young Chen put away the shuttle, but let the women start preparing. The Dragon Palace was carried by Yang Chen and was not left in Chunyang Palace. With such a level of Immortal's Cave, Yang Chen would not be at ease to leave it in Chunyang Palace, even if Gaou and Gong Sunling were there. He released the Dragon Palace, and it soon became a small seaside house that did not look very eye-catching. The 7 girls worked together, and under the instructions of Yang Chen, they caught a lot of seafood in the surrounding seawater. Although none of the 7 women were as good at cooking as Gong Sunling, seafood was something that sometimes only needed to be simply washed with water to retain the flavor. It was not very complicated. Of course, the liquid for cooking seafood, Yang Chen did not use seawater, nor other spirit springs, but directly used the 4 seas mysterious coral liquid. This was the liquid exuded from the 1,000-year-old mysterious coral at the bottom of the sea. It was used to cook seafood and it tasted more delicious. Just after boiling the 4 seas mysterious coral liquid, and the seafood had not yet been put into the pot, Yang Chen stood up and began to wait in a certain direction. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the 7 girls were trying to explore that direction with their spiritual awareness. Within 1,000 miles, they did not find any movement, but Yang Chen actually said that. What was the reason for this? This doubt did not last for a few breaths. Suddenly, the girls noticed a terrifying aura, madly oppressing this side. This aura was so strong that even Dao Junkie, with her late Darching stage cultivation base, still felt the kind of desperate fear. It was not something that anyone present could match at all. Dao Junkie, who had the highest cultivation base, was like this, not to mention Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters, who had a lower cultivation base. Feeling this powerful aura, they almost sacrificed their life source flying sword to resist. Fortunately, Yang Chen was by her side, releasing a little bit of his spiritual awareness and wrapping the girls up, so that they did not have to face the powerful spiritual awareness directly. The 7 girls felt better. However, after discovering that it was her husband who made the move, she couldn't help but have some doubts about Yang Chen's cultivation base. At the edge of everyone's field of vision, a small black dot suddenly appeared. The small black dot grew quickly and got closer and closer. After a few breaths, everyone discovered that it was a very huge eagle. The pressure that made the girls feel pressured and even a little scared just now was emanating from this eagle. Of course, Yang Chen also saw this eagle. The moment he saw it, Yang Chen was stunned. This eagle already had the cultivation base of the human immortal 8th grade. It seemed that it was clearly a kind of beast of the demon continent, but the demon chi of the whole body had disappeared for some reason, leaving only the cultivation base. In a flash, Yang Chen found Li Cheng sitting on the back of the eagle. Suddenly, everything was explained. With Li Cheng's mystery, subduing a human immortal 8th grade eagle was not an unimaginable thing. Even if it was an Earth immortal level beast, Yang Chen estimated that it would not be good in front of Li Cheng. It was a piece of cake to solve the demon chi. Big Brother came at the right time. The seafood is about to be cooked. Before the eagle landed, Yang Chen had already cupped his hands and invited Li Cheng on the back of the eagle with a smile. Little Shuai has brewed a lot of good wine, waiting for Big Brother to taste it. Chapter 1251. Of course, the 7 girls also found Li Cheng on the back of the eagle, but in their hearts, they were still frightened by the strength of the eagle. Even with the protection of Yang Chen's divine awareness, this did not prevent them from being able to barely judge the cultivation realm of this eagle. What kind of unbelievable thing was that? A monster that had surpassed the 5th grade of human immortal, how could it appear in the mortal world so boldly? Although with Dao Junkie's status in the Greatest Heaven sect, she already knew something about the Great Elder, but even the Great Elder was only in the 1st or 2nd grade of the human immortal realm, barely surpassing some of the guys who had just ascended. How could this kind of great monster above the 5th grade of the human immortal realm be possible? With the vision of the 7 girls, they could only judge that the cultivation of the eagle was above the 5th grade of human immortal realm. As for what level it was, they could not judge it with their current knowledge. But even so, the level that had been determined made the 7 girls collectively fall into a sluggish state. They couldn't remember how many times they had encountered this kind of unimaginable thing since they came to Yang Chen's side. In the end, they didn't lose too much face for Yang Chen. After being sluggish for a while, when Li Cheng jumped down from the eagle, the 7 girls came to their senses. Pa, There was a clear sound. In the stunned eyes of the 7 girls, Li Cheng knocked on the huge hooked beak of the eagle, and said in a casual tone, "Go around, don't run far." The powerful monster of the 5th grade of human immortal realm was as obedient as Li Cheng's pet. It nodded its huge head sensibly, then flew up into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 7 girls couldn't believe that the terrifying master who rode on the back of the eagle and treated this great monster of the 5th grade of human immortal realm like a pet was just a young man in the middle stage of Yuanying stage. The huge contrast of understanding made the 7 girls even forget to come forward and salute, which was very rude. "Big brother, these are my new concubines. They haven't seen much of the world, please don't blame them." Yang Chen's words were like a great bell, rushing into the ears of the 7 girls, awakening them from their state of shock. Only then did the 7 girls realize their impoliteness. They quickly went forward and kowtowed. "Sisters-in-law, please get up." Li Cheng raised his hands slightly, and the girls felt a force lifting their bodies up. This was Yang Chen's sworn brother. They didn't dare to resist and obediently got up with this force. "You really have good fortune. The aptitudes of these sisters-in-law are all outstanding." Li Cheng saw through the background of Yang Chen's 7 concubines at a glance and immediately praised them. Then, he said to the 7 girls, "It's our first time meeting, so I don't have anything to show you. Take this little toy back and keep it for fun." The 7 girls just got up and listened to Li Cheng's words. Suddenly, there was something in her hand. The 7 girls were shocked. How did this thing get into their hands? They didn't even notice it at all. Looking down, the 7 girls were a little surprised. What Li Cheng gave them turned out to be 7 eggs that looked exactly the same. Each of them had one, and no one was left behind. Each egg was the size of 2 of Yang Chen's fists. The surface exuded a golden light. At the same time, there were mysterious array lines. With the knowledge of the 7 girls, they couldn't distinguish what kind of array it was. "Big brother, isn't this greeting gift a bit too much?" Yang Chen looked at the things that Li Cheng gave, and his heart was slightly surprised. He hurriedly said politely, "It's not too much. Since it's a new sister-in-law, it's not an outsider. I can't just be perfunctory here." Li Cheng's words did not regard Yang Chen as an outsider at all, nor did he regard Yang Chen's concubines as outsiders. "Thank big brother." Yang Chen was not a pretentious person. After a polite sentence, he immediately told the 7 girls. After the instruction, he immediately explained this should be the egg of the iron-winged eagle that Big Brother has refined. As long as you put in the spiritual awareness imprint, the iron-winged eagle will hatch and become your monster pet. During the conversation, the women had obediently thanked Li Cheng again. After they got up, Yang Chen continued, "Don't underestimate this little eagle egg. This should be the descendant of the iron-winged eagle just now. When it hatches, it will be at the peak of the darching stage. Big Brother's move is a big deal, you have to be grateful." After listening to Yang Chen's explanation, the women were shocked. When they met, he gave each of them a monster pet at the peak darching stage. Who was this mysterious Big Brother? You don't have to listen to your husband's hypocrisy. It's just a worldly thing. We are cultivators, why should we care about it? Li Cheng's words sounded immediately after, but it was like a guiding tone. They didn't know why, but these words seemed to go straight into the minds of the 7 girls, and even had a calming effect. The 7 girls were geniuses with excellent qualifications. How could they not understand that Li Cheng was taking the opportunity to guide them? No one hesitated, they sat down cross-legged and began to think with their eyes closed. Just as soon as they sat down, there was a medicinal pill in their mouths. It was Yang Chen who stuffed a 2nd-grade questioning inner heart pill to each of them. In a blink of an eye, the 7 girls entered the state of retreat. Yang Chen waved his hand and the figure of the 7 girls disappeared from the Dragon Palace. In front of the seaside hut, only Yang Chen and Li Cheng were left. "No one will disturb me, just drinking." Yang Chen directly took out dozens of different jars of wine, and then began to throw the seafood into the boiling 4 seas mysterious coral liquid. After a while, the seafood was placed on the table. Yang Chen and Li Cheng did not use wine glasses. Everyone held a wine jar, and with this delicious seafood, they began to enjoy the wine. Of course, it was inevitable that Li Cheng would ask Yang Chen how he had 7 beautiful concubines after not seeing him for decades. Yang Chen said one by one what he had done in recent years. Even the secret of the 5th-grade alchemist master was revealed. In this regard, Li Cheng had no opinion. For him, what Yang Chen didn't seem to be a big deal. After talking about it, it finally came to the point. After Li Cheng had almost drunk the 3rd jar of wine, he began to talk about the refining of the 9th water flying sword. After going back, I checked the family's classics and even consulted several elders, and finally found a way that was not a way. Li Cheng felt a little tipsy, but his words were still clear. A way that is not a way? Yang Chen asked with some doubts. Yes, it should be able to refine your 9th water flying sword. After Li Cheng took another big gulp, he explained, however, it's just a little troublesome. Maybe at your realm, it's impossible to do it. If you have to say it's possible, maybe you can think of a way after you ascend. Chapter 1252. A method that could only be done after ascension? Yang Chen was also interested in what Li Cheng said. What advantages did he have after ascension? Could it be that he had to have the spiritual pressure of the spiritual realm or the celestial realm to refine it? I found in the classics passed down by my ancestors that there is an illusory thing that can restrain the black juice. Li Cheng did not keep him in suspense, and then explained, it is the merit of the heavenly court. Maybe you don't understand now, but you will understand in the future. Merit. Yang Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. How could he not know about merit? He didn't dare to say anything else, but if he wanted merit, Yang Chen would never lack it. Just killing the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother would give him several times more merit. Although it sounds very illusory, if something like merit is used in practice, it is also very difficult to guard against. Li Cheng was still talking on the opposite side. There are some records in the classics left by the ancestors, but it is not realistic to realize it now. As he spoke, Li Cheng handed over a jade slip. Yang Chen reached out and took it. As soon as he probed it with his divine sense, he immediately saw the content inside. Of course, it was just a glance. Yang Chen had to study the specific content slowly in the future, not now. Thank you, big brother. Yang Chen thanked him sincerely. This was the classics passed down by Li Cheng's ancestor. To put it bluntly, the Li Cheng family must have paid a huge price to pass down the family secret from the celestial realm. He just gave it to Yang Chen without the slightest hesitation. How could Yang Chen not be grateful? You and I are brothers, there is no need to say this. Li Cheng waved his hand, picked up the wine jar in front of him, and clinked it with Yang Chen's, and drank it. Of course, Yang Chen also accompanied him to the end, and soon the jar of wine was finished. I'm a little curious. Where did you get your human sovereign energy from? Li Cheng also finished the wine jar in one breath, reached out to pick up a piece of shell meat and threw it into his mouth. After chewing a few times and swallowing, he asked curiously. Yang Chen did not hide much about the Renhuang Qi. He immediately told her about the experience of sealing his cultivation and tempering his state of mind with his 4 wives in Qixia town. He even told her about how he faked his death for decades in the tomb. I see. Li Cheng said as if he was suddenly enlightened, but he did not ask how Yang Chen knew that the human sovereign Qi would appear at that place at that time. Everyone had their own secrets, just like how Yang Chen would never ask Li Cheng why he had such a terrifying cultivation. Next, Yang Chen did not hide anything. He explained how he guided Sun Qingxue to absorb the ultimate demonized demonic vine, how he guided Shishanshan to absorb the supreme pure yang sword Qi left by Ancestor Lu, and how he guided Shishanshan to set up a formation using a human pole. These experiences almost made Li Cheng stay on the side and he couldn't believe it. The ultimate demonized demonic vine was okay. After all, it was just a corpse. As long as Yang Chen could absorb the demonic Qi on it, there would be no problem at all. Similarly, with the help of the Dragon Clan's Mountain River geographical map, it was not difficult to subdue dozens or hundreds of Darching stage masters. However, to be able to find the supreme pure yang sword Qi left by Ancestor Lu, this was not something that ordinary people could do. Your luck really leaves me speechless. Li Cheng also couldn't help but sigh at Yang Chen's opportunity. That guy is said to have only left a sword chi to a mysterious old friend, hoping that he could use this sword chi to make a meteoric rise. As a result, his friend was also tough. He didn't use it and relied on his own cultivation to cross the tribulation and ascend. I didn't expect that the things left behind were actually given to you. It's not me, it's your sister-in-law. Yang Chen smiled and corrected the little mistake in Li Cheng's mouth. His face was full of happiness. There were not many times that Li Cheng could show such an expression. He could see it once. Don't you have anything to take advantage of? Li Cheng directly gave Yang Chen a look. Don't tell me that you just threw away the scabbard. In the future, as long as your cultivation base improves and you continue to refine it, what sword chi can hurt you? This was not Li Cheng bragging. The scabbard left by ancestor Lu looked inconspicuous, but it was a good thing that could withstand the supreme pure yang sword chi. Other sword chi, as long as it was not as strong as ancestor Lu's sword chi, it could never be destroyed. It was equivalent to Yang Chen easily having an ultimate defensive magic weapon. Hee hee. Yang Chen laughed out loud and his face was full of pride. Does Big Brother think that I am the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for me? The implication was that he had already admitted Li Cheng's words. Little Shui, Shanshan and a Ling have guidance. What about a you? Li Cheng squinted at Yang Chen. Don't you want a bowl of water to be fair? A you, how did you arrange it? A you refined the dragon horn flying sword himself, plus the Emperor's aura. It should be barely enough to protect himself. Yang Chen still said with a smile on his face. In front of Li Cheng, Yang Chen did not have to hide his inner thoughts. I can't think of any good way at the moment. I can only let a you do as usual. I still hope that Big Brother can give a you some guidance. Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen's roguish look and couldn't help but roll his eyes at him again. However, he and Yang Chen looked at each other and laughed without restraint. Yang Chen came to him so much that Li Cheng had to use his brain. Seeing that Li Cheng began to think, Yang Chen was very attentive and opened another wine jar for Li Cheng, sent it to him, and then waited slowly. He believed that Li Cheng must have a way to make Gaoyu's cultivation go to a higher level. Because he cared too much, Yang Chen himself did not dare to interfere too much with Gaoyu's cultivation. Especially in the absence of Gaoyu's previous life's cultivation memory, Yang Chen was even more careful. This kind of mood was probably the same as the principle that doctors were not autonomous. The more they valued someone, the less they would easily take action. There was no doubt that Gaoyu was the most important person in Yang Chen's mind. Li Cheng thought about it for half an hour. Yang Chen did not urge him. He sat opposite and slowly drank the wine, waiting quietly. Finally, Li Cheng took a long breath, reached out to grab the wine jar in front of him, and took a big gulp. Yang Chen knew that Li Cheng must have a way. You must have found out from somewhere that I just got some good stuff. Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen's face of expectation, and couldn't help but laugh and scold. Well, it seems that this thing can't be kept after all, so I might as well help my sister-in-law. As Li Cheng said this, he wiped his hand on the table, and 3 quaint copper bottles appeared on the table. Looking at the style of the bottle, it was impossible to judge what age it was. However, the complex patterns and arrays on it all showed the preciousness of the items in the bottle. Chapter 1253. What's this? Yang Chen was quick. Almost as soon as Li Cheng put down the bronze bottles, he grabbed all 3 bronze bottles in his hand. He looked them up and down and said, "You didn't just take out a few bottles to appease you, did you? Big Brother, I'm not saying this, but if it's not good enough, I won't accept it." Li Cheng was annoyed by Yang Chen's behavior. He stretched out his hand fiercely and scolded Yang Chen, "If you don't want it, then forget it. Give it back to me." "How can I take back what I gave you?" Yang Chen said, but his hands were not slow at all. He directly put the 3 bronze bottles into the merit ring. His speed was faster than ever. The moment the merit ring took the bronze bottles, Li Cheng's eyes seemed to brighten, and then he acted as if nothing had happened, with a smile on his face. "Big Brother, what's in these rotten bottles?" Yang Chen still did not change his tone and belittled the 3 bronze bottles. "It's nothing. It's just some sovereign aura that several generations of people have painstakingly collected." Li Cheng had no hope for Yang Chen's conduct, so he directly replied angrily, "The Demon Emperor's aura, the Devil Emperor's aura, and a few traces of the Fairy Emperor's aura." Upon hearing that it turned out to be these three kinds of imperial aura, Yang Chen's face directly bloomed with joy. The worst kind of imperial aura could easily knock down the opponent by a small realm. If these kinds were added, it would not be difficult to directly knock down the opponent by a large realm. As long as Gaou absorbed and refined all these kinds of imperial aura, her future achievements would be limitless. This time, Gaou's cultivation problem was completely solved. With these imperial aura as a foundation, even if Gaou used the most ordinary method to cultivate step by step, she would still be one of the few masters in the fairy realm in the future. Yang Chen was so happy that he could not find the north. "If you have that thing, it seems that merit is not a big problem, right?" Li Cheng ignored Yang Chen's silly laughter and asked directly. It was not surprising that he knew about merit and could recognize the merit ring. Yang Chen did not find it strange at all. He directly revealed the merit ring for Li Cheng to see clearly. He replied with a smile, "Of course, I still have to thank Big Brother for your guidance." "You came out from the Immortal Executioner's platform?" Li Cheng asked casually. This time, Yang Chen did not answer. Instead, he nodded. This was the only channel of communication between the immortal world and the mortal world. There was only one explanation for mortals to have merit rings. There was no other explanation. It seemed like Li Cheng knew quite a bit about the immortal world. No wonder you could even find the pure yang sword chi that fellow left behind. No wonder you're a 5th-grade alchemist at such a young age. Li Cheng had a look of sudden realization. As long as he knew the true origin of Yang Chen, it wouldn't be difficult to figure out these problems. Since that's the case, the Jade Slip has the method to refine the flying sword. You can slowly refine it. Li Cheng didn't ask anymore and then instructed. This was the first time that Yang Chen shared his secret with others. He felt as if a huge stone had been dropped in his heart. There was no longer the loneliness of needing someone to keep his secret alone. In an instant, he felt indescribably refreshed and carefree. He reached out and picked up the big jar of wine in front of him. In the blink of an eye, another jar of wine was poured into his stomach. "You've killed so many in there. These small fries in the mortal world, you don't have to do it yourself." Li Cheng's words seemed to be warning and persuading, "Just kill a few of them. Don't worry about the rest. When you reach the immortal world, you'll have the chance to kill them." Yang Chen kept nodding. Li Cheng's words almost hit the bottom of his heart. After killing tens of thousands of immortals, killing these blind guys in the mortal world really didn't feel anything. Just as Li Cheng had said, personally taking action was giving them too much credit. After the business was finished, the two began to drink and talk about some other topics. It had to be said that Li Cheng's knowledge made Yang Chen admire him sometimes. There was almost nothing in the world that Li Cheng didn't know. "Big Brother, where is the pure yin true fire?" Since Li Cheng knew so many secrets, Yang Chen's heart moved and asked. If he wanted to refine the prolonging life pill, he needed the pure yang true fire and the pure yin true fire. Now the pure yang true fire was in the secret chamber of the Chunyang Palace, but the pure yin true fire had not been found. "Pure yin true fire?" Li Cheng immediately frowned. After thinking for a while, he gave a not very accurate answer. "It seems that the ancestors had a record of it in a place, but I'm not sure." "Where?" Yang Chen didn't expect to get an answer, but he didn't expect Li Cheng to really know, so he asked in surprise. "It's just a legend. No one can be sure." Li Cheng emphasized again, and then replied, "You should have heard of Langya well, right?" Not only had he heard of it, but everyone knew about it. Yang Chen responded in his heart, and his face began to smile bitterly. Langya Well was a mysterious place. According to research, it might be the mountain gate of an ancient sect. No one knew what happened to that sect. Anyway, all the disciples disappeared without a trace, and even the sect was sealed, but countless treasures were left behind. Every 1,000 years, it would appear in the human world. Every time it appeared, it would cause the cultivators to go crazy. Countless people would rush to that place, trying to find their own opportunities. Those who had great opportunities had also obtained countless good things from it, including magic treasures, elixirs, martial arts, and everything else, making countless people jealous and kill people. Of course, those who survived and got the treasures in the end all became masters. There had never been an exception. This also drove countless cultivators to risk their lives to go in and try their luck. In fact, Langya Well was not the real treasure, it was at best an entrance. The real treasure trove was the world inside the well, and the most important and mysterious thing was the Langya crystal ship inside. In order to be able to board the Langya crystal ship, countless people thought of ways and means. When Yang Chen obtained the 5-element hook, the first thing he thought of was to board the Langya crystal ship. Every time the Langya crystal ship appeared, it would be accompanied by countless bloodshed. Those who wanted to find the treasures in the Langya well would kill each other until rivers of blood flowed. Even so, every time it appeared, it would always attract many cultivators to rush into the Langya well. They were not afraid of death, and this situation had never changed for tens of thousands of years. Hearing that it was this place, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Counting the days, in about 100 years, the Langya well would appear. If he wanted the pure yin true fire, it seemed that he had to go. Chapter 1254. From the bottom of Yang Chen's heart, he was not willing to compete with a group of greedy people for some of the so-called treasures that had already been clearly revealed. With the memories of his previous life, coupled with the secrets that he learned from the mouths of the immortals on the immortal beheading platform, it was enough for Yang Chen to make a fortune quietly. With such conditions, only a fool would compete with those greedy guys for a large number of things that were not necessarily better than what he knew, but would bring countless more troubles and struggles. Even if he fought for it, he might have to hide with a reputation of being a troublemaker. It was not worth it. Counting the things that Yang Chen had obtained from the beginning of his cultivation to the present, whether it was the pure bottle medicine garden or the treasures of the Dragon Palace, whether it was the immortal beheading blade, or the various original spiritual fluids and original cultivation methods, whether it was the various secret plane resources, or the supreme pure yang sword qi, any of these things that he took out would be earth-shattering. How stupid would he be to compete with others for a kind of third-rate goods that could not be of a higher grade? Moreover, since Yang Chen already knew the location of certain things, he would not let them be discovered before he collected them. That was the behavior of a pure fool who felt that he didn't have enough troubles on him to do such a thing. Therefore, even if Yang Chen knew the location of the Langya well, knew the opening time of the Langya well, and even had the powerful 5-element hook in his hand that could definitely allow him to board the Langya crystal ship, Yang Chen did not intend to join in the fun at the beginning. However, Li Cheng told him that the pure yin true fire was likely to be in the Langya well, which made Yang Chen's heart skip a beat. Yang Chen understood that Li Cheng, in this kind of speculation, if there was no more than 70% certainty, he would not easily tell Yang Chen. Since he said so, it was very likely that the pure yin true fire was really in the Langya well. In this case, Yang Chen had to consider going to the Langya well. Even if he had to face the world's heroes at that time, he had to make this trip. After making up his mind, Yang Chen also relaxed. What was there to be afraid of? He had the 5 elements rope hook in his hand, so he would definitely be able to board the Langya crystal ship. Maybe there would be other surprises at that time. As for the fact that many people knew that there would be killing, what a joke. Would the official executioner of the heavenly court be afraid of killing? In this world, as long as one was a disciple of the Tao sect, they were afraid that killing would bring about inner demons. The only one who was not afraid was probably Yang Chen. With the whereabouts of the pure yin true fire, it was at least good news. Yang Chen was very happy and drank happily with Li Cheng. After the two of them finished over a dozen jars, Li Cheng unceremoniously accepted the remaining 100 or so jars of fine wine that Yang Chen had fished out. After bidding farewell to Yang Chen, Li Cheng immediately boarded the back of the iron-winged eagle that had already rushed back and left. Li Cheng came quickly and left quickly, leaving a lot of solutions for Yang Chen and gifts for his sisters-in-law. He was very free and easy. Yang Chen watched the back of Li Cheng and the iron-winged eagle disappear, then he sat back at the table and began to study the jade slip that Li Cheng had brought to him. All the girls were stunned by Li Cheng's generosity, and then they were lectured in a reprimanding tone about worldly possessions. With the qualifications of the 7 girls, all of them had gained something. It couldn't be helped, when a series of worldly possessions hit you so much that you couldn't even be surprised, there would always be a qualitative improvement in your state of mind. Now the 7 women were in such a state, plus Yang Chen also gave them a second-grade questioning inner heart pill to help. He believed that they would not wake up in a short time. And once they woke up, their state of mind would definitely be greatly improved. Speaking of which, Gaou, Gong Sun Lin, Shishanshan, and Sun Qingxue had already reached the point of being impervious to worldly possessions. Following Yang Chen, this Evildor husband, they couldn't help but raise their orisons. Even the most inconspicuous native dog had become Yazi. What else could make them shocked and confused? Perhaps her husband was the only one who could come up with so many surprises. There were not many things recorded on the jade slip. It could be seen that it was newly engraved with spiritual awareness. It must be a copy of the ancestral records by Li Cheng. Thinking about it, it was normal. Li Cheng would not take out the original to Yang Chen. Most of the content was about the merit value, but Yang Chen found that it was all about how the merit value could be used for refining and alchemy. There was no introduction of the merit value or the most commonly used description of the exchange of the merit value. This could only mean one thing. Li Cheng had long known that Yang Chen understood this. Maybe he had already guessed Yang Chen's identity as an executioner, but not long ago, he just got the accurate answer from Yang Chen's mouth. In the heavenly court for almost thousands of years, Yang Chen did not know that merit could actually be used for refining and alchemy. After watching for a while, Yang Chen couldn't help but be dumbfounded himself. How could the things recorded in it be known by ordinary almighty immortals? Just who was the ancestor of Big Brother Li Cheng? How could he know such a terrifying secret? Speaking of which, whether it was using merit value to refine alchemy or refining, the effect was completely reflected in one word: heaven-defying. As long as it was refined with merit value, there would definitely be a powerful effect that would never appear in ordinary times, and it could even subvert everyone's common sense. To use a simple example, the body refining pill could improve the physique of ordinary people and cultivators, but for cultivators, the change was not much. Even at least to the 5th rank, it could be close to slightly improving the cultivator's 5 elements spiritual root. In the past, Hannah Mengyu took a 5th rank body refining pill from Yang Chen, so her wood attribute spiritual root was improved by 2 points. The improvement of the attribute of spiritual root by 2 points was already like a miracle of good luck. If she hadn't been in Yang Chen's medicine garden with hundreds of thousands of years old spiritual herbs, under the influence of medicine qi, and her natural affinity with plants, it would be impossible to achieve this. If she wanted to achieve the effect of improving the attribute of spiritual root, at least to the 7th rank body refining pill would be barely effective. If she wanted to completely improve it to the full value, she had to find the 9 turns body refining pill. The problem was, in the mortal world, where could the 9 turns pill come from? Even in the spiritual world, it was impossible to have such things that shouldn't exist. The place that could produce the 9 turns pill, except for those guys who had the top 10 alchemy furnaces in the heavenly court, there was no other place. Of course, Taishang Laojun didn't know to what extent it could reach. Maybe it had already surpassed the concept of 9 turns, but Yang Chen still didn't know. If in the process of refining ordinary body refining pills, merit value could also achieve the effect of improving the attribute of spiritual root, this was the so-called heaven-defying. Chapter 1255. It could make the ordinary body refining pill reach the effect of the 7th grade body refining pill. If this was not called heaven-defying, what else could be called heaven-defying? The reason for this heaven-defying effect was because of the merits. Of course, it was not that adding a few points of merits could make the 1st grade body refining pill reach the effect of the 7th grade. The specific degree of heaven-defying depended on the amount of merits added. The more merits added, the more obvious the effect of heaven-defying was. For Yang Chen, the merits now were the most unworthy of cherishing. The merits of Yang Chen at the moment were only under the current system of the heavenly court, and what Yang Chen wanted to do after his rebirth was to overthrow the heavenly court led by the profound heaven sect. Since even the current heavenly court had to be overthrown, then the merits left by the overthrown heavenly court could only be wasted if it was not used. Others didn't know, But Yang Chen himself knew that he had a few infinite merits. Even if he went to the heavenly court and tried his best to use it, it would not be used up in just a few thousand years. Now that he knew that there was such a good thing, Yang Chen was of course eager to use it. The most important point was that the magic weapon that was refined with the merits was better than the medicinal pill. The effect of heaven defying had no side effects at all, because Yang Chen had paid the price of merits. The jade slip that Li Cheng gave to Yang Chen at this time to use the merits for alchemy and refining was simply a good thing tailor-made for Yang Chen. If Yang Chen used the simplest words to describe his feelings, then there were only 3 words: rich. Yang Chen had a lot of people around him, the head of the palace and the elders, Du Qian, Shanghai Feng, Wang Yuan, Hannah Mengyu, Shi Kuei, Xieshou Guishan, Hu Yun, these monster race friends, and the fellow apprentices of his previous life. There were dozens of them. The cultivation qualifications of these people were not as good as Yang Chen's wives and concubines with innate spirit root full value. Their cultivation qualifications were at most medium. After knowing the ultimate use of merit, Yang Chen could refine a batch of 5 revolution body refining pills to improve their cultivation aptitude. Although the effect might not be as strong as if they had taken it at the beginning of their cultivation, after all, they were still in the mortal world, and their cultivation time was not long enough. The improved postnatal spiritual root was enough for them to be ranked among the almighty immortals in the future. Of course, Yang Chen had to pay a lot of merit points. This was equivalent to forcefully improving a person's spiritual root in the mortal world. To put it bluntly, it was defying the heavens and changing one's fate. For each of them, Yang Chen had to pay at least 100 trillion merit points. This was only the price to pay to upgrade their spirit roots to excellent ones. If they wanted to cultivate their spirit roots to the maximum value, they would probably have to pay countless merits. This was just a body refining pill to enhance the spiritual root. If Yang Chen added a large number of merits to the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, Mu Mingyuan's injury would not have any sequelae at all. It could be completely restored to the original level, and even bring more benefits to Mu Mingyuan. Unfortunately, he didn't know this method at that time. As for the other famous heaven-seizing pill, questioning inner heart pill, 100-year pill, 7 emotions and 6 desires pill and so on, the effect of improvement was not to mention. To describe it bluntly, any ordinary medicinal pill, as long as enough merit points were added, could become an immortal pill. There was such a powerful effect in alchemy, and refining was no exception. The principle was basically the same. If you want to have a more heaven-defying effect, you need to pay more merit points. Yang Chen's 9th water flying sword could not be refined by Yang Chen at this time because of the raw materials. However, if a lot of merit points were used as the price, the black liquid secreted by the ultimate demonized vine was not impossible to tame. The only thing to consider in the refining process of this 9th water flying sword was not to hurt the owner, Yang Chen. As for how much it could hurt the enemy, naturally, the more powerful the better. Who would worry about their weapon being too powerful? The method of using merit points was explained in detail in the jade slip. In fact, this part was the real essence. Yang Chen looked at it the most carefully, almost picking out every word and sentence. He didn't want to read it wrong, and he didn't want to misunderstand it at all. Soon, Yang Chen discovered that at his current cultivation realm, it was not easy to use merit points. Although it was earned by oneself, there was still a limit to how much it could be used. It was not about how much it could be used, but the speed at which it could be used. The higher the realm, the higher the efficiency of using merit points. So far, the largest amount of merit points that Yang Chen could use at one time was only 1 trillion. Whether it was alchemy or refining, it was at most 1 trillion at one time. Compared to Yang Chen's huge amount of merit points, which was measured in infinity, 1 trillion was negligible. However, if it was any ordinary immortal, it would not be easy to accumulate so much merit points in such a short period of time since the establishment of the heavenly court. Except for the group of people who could appear in the soaring Heaven King Hall every day, few could exceed this number. Naturally, the amount of merit points used was limited, and the effect of Yang Chen's refining of the 9-water flying sword was also limited. Fortunately, this number was enough for Yang Chen to successfully refine the 9-water flying sword. In the future, As long as he diligently maintained and tempered it, the level of the flying sword would be higher and higher. As long as the 9-water flying sword could be successfully refined, Yang Chen's goal would be achieved. Li Cheng said that he had found a solution, and it was not an exaggeration at all. The only thing to consider was that if he wanted to be proficient in using the merit points, with Yang Chen's current realm, it would take at least a few decades to practice according to the method recorded in the Jade Slip. After all, he was still in the mortal world, just like a child learning to speak. Even if he had a lot of wealth, he wouldn't know how to use it. Yang Chen almost began to practice with the method on the Jade Slip without thinking. This method, which was named by Li Cheng as the merit point, Yang Chen's practice at the moment also consumed a lot of merit points, which was the price that must be paid. Fortunately, this merit point was just a drop in the bucket for Yang Chen. It was really not a waste. It was just like the consumption of spiritual power in ordinary cultivation. This time, the meeting with Li Cheng was more developed than those ordinary cultivators who found a secret plane. Casually counting, not to mention the merit point, it seemed a bit shabby to describe it as priceless. The Demon Emperor Qi, and Immortal Emperor Qi that were given to Gaou were enough to tempt the 5 major sects. Not to mention the 7 concubines, each of them got an iron-winged eagle monster pet at the peak of the darching stage, in addition to the improvement of their state of mind brought by Li Cheng's casual guidance. It's just that Yang Chen didn't quite understand why Li Cheng would let Yang Chen come to this place to meet. Although Li Cheng's iron-winged eagle-type beast was indeed not suitable to show off in the Dao sects, he did not need to show off at all. It was not unacceptable for it to be in the Dao sect's territory. He couldn't understand why. Chapter 1256. The 7 girls' seclusion this time did not last for too long. Everyone's comprehension was different. Everyone's cultivation was high and low, so the time it took was also different. The longest was Dao Junkie, who took 2 months, the shortest was Murong Yang, who only took 1 month. The others all took more than a month. There were many ways to let a person completely understand that worldly possessions were not worth mentioning. To let people be willing to be poor and hone their moral integrity, to see wealth and glory as dirt was one way. For example, Yang Chen directly piled wealth that was beyond the 7 girls' understanding in front of them. To let them feel that wealth was nothing more than trash like bathwater was also a way. However, comparing the two, if the conditions were met, the latter was far easier than the former, and the effect was completely different. One was to never have it and not want it, the other was to have it all and disdain it. The realms were completely different. Yang Chen could not directly evaluate the advantages of the 2 methods, but he would not let himself and the 7 girls, who were already his women, be forced to follow the first method to cultivate. Cultivation should be a happy thing, not a burden, right? The 7 girls each had their own understanding, and they all looked happy. In particular, each of them had an iron-winged eagle egg. At any time when it hatched, it would be a peak Mahayana realm demon pet. This was a good thing that no amount of spirit stones or magic treasures could exchange for. Even a cultivator indifferent to fame and fortune would be happy to receive such a gift. In the future, don't look like you've never seen the world when you see something. Yang Chen had the posture of a rich and overbearing nouveau riche master, facing his 7 concubines and commanding, "I, Yang Chen's women, can't afford to lose that person." "Yes, husband." The 7 girls very cooperatively bent their knees and saluted Yang Chen, sweetly agreeing. To Yang Chen's surprise, after a little inspection, Yang Chen found that the iron-winged eagle demon pets that Li Cheng gave to the 7 girls, each had a different attribute of the 5 elements. Every single one of them happened to be able to promote their master's 5 elements. Dao Junkie had a fire spirit root, and her demon pet was of the wood attribute. Wood gave birth to fire. Shi Wushuang was of the wood attribute, and her demonic pet was of the water attribute. The Murong sisters themselves had the 5 elements complete, and their demon pets were also matched according to the 5 elements, so they also had the 5 elements complete. In this way, just by relying on the demon pet, they can set up a powerful 5 elements formation. It must be known that all the monster pets were at the peak of the darching stage. The 5 sisters combined, according to Yang Chen's secret estimate, could at least compete with a great elder who stayed in the mortal world for 300 years and was at least a second-grade human immortal. Not only was everyone's demon pet powerful, but it could also promote the master's cultivation in this aspect. For the 7 girls, it was definitely a good thing. Even young Chen didn't know how Li Cheng was able to do this. It must be known that iron-winged eagles should only have one attribute. In addition, the iron-winged eagle demon pet had a great advantage, that was, its flying speed was extremely fast. The speed of the flying monster, coupled with the strength of the peak darching stage, was fully exerted. The shuttle's current speed could not catch up. The 7 girls had one more demon pet, which was equivalent to having a very good mount. With such a good thing, young Chen certainly would not waste it. Incubating the demon pet required a huge amount of spiritual power. Fortunately, the Dragon Palace was around, and the girls did not have to worry about the lack of spiritual pulse. Under the instructions of young Chen, all of them were obedient in the Dragon Palace to mark their own demon pet, and then guided the spiritual power to incubate the demon pet. Young Chen once told the girls that he would come here to find a way to refine the flying sword. At first, the girls didn't think much of it. What kind of refining method was not available in the 5 major sects? Did they still need to go somewhere else to find an unknown big brother? However, since young Chen insisted, the girls were very obedient and didn't say much. Anyway, they were just young Chen's concubines. If they married a chicken, they would follow the chicken. If they married a dog, they would follow the dog. If young Chen wanted to come here, they could only follow. If there was no other way, they would go back to the sect to help young Chen find it, and there would always be a way. The sect would not care about using such a small refining method to get closer to young Chen. But after seeing Gaou's refining method later, the 7 girls were completely convinced by Gao. Even Gao couldn't solve the problem of young Chen refining the flying sword. None of the 7 girls was sure that the method of their own sect could solve it. They didn't even know what kind of flying sword young Chen was going to refine, and young Chen didn't want to break the rules of the demon continent and wouldn't let them know. When they came here, with a few words, Li Cheng let the 7 girls enter a state of epiphany. They didn't even know what young Chen and Li Cheng said. At this point, some intimacy could be seen for the time being. At least Li Cheng would not face Gao, Shishanshan, Gong Sunling, and Sun Qingxue like this. After all, the 7 girls entered young Chen's door for a short time, and everyone did not need young Chen to slowly cultivate them because they had a deep emotional foundation. The birth of 7 peak darching monster pets was not such a calm thing. Everyone's cultivation base was different, and the natural incubation time was also different. Dao Junqi was the fastest, the Murong sisters were almost second, Shi Wushuang entered the darching stage the shortest time, she was the slowest one. The hatching of each iron-winged flying eagle would trigger at least 2 hours of spiritual power out of control. The spiritual power belonging to the iron-winged flying eagle in the surrounding thousands of miles of the sea would gather violently towards the monster pet at the moment of hatching, and the spiritual power disorder caused was enough to make a Jedan stage cultivator go mad on the spot. For several days in a row, there were almost 2 hours of this every day, and one day there were even 8 hours. Fortunately, there were not many powerful sea beasts in the surrounding sea, otherwise it would have been treated as a seafood delicacy by the newly born peak darching monster pet. Before hatching, young Chen taught the 7 girls the beast-controlling secret art so that they could communicate with their monster pets. The 7 girls almost immediately discovered that the beast-controlling secret art taught by young Chen was much better than the ones they knew. At the moment, they were slightly surprised, but after experiencing so many surprises around young Chen, they finally had a certain immunity to this kind of monstrous thing, and there was not too much fuss about it. The weather of the monster pet hatching was too amazing. A few hours after Shi Wushuang's monster pet hatched, young Chen and the women's eyes were all concentrated in one direction. I wonder who has such a big prestige. It turns out to be Master Yang and his wife. It's really a rare guess. More than a dozen figures appeared calmly in that direction, and the one in the lead began to bow at young Chen. I am Zhao Chengtian, I have seen Master Yang. Chapter 1257. The one who spoke was Zhao Chengtian, young Chen, and all the women recognized him. When young Chen sold the cultivation secrets of the 5th grade alchemist master, there were 2 ancient big families involved, one of which was the Zhao family. Zhao Chengtian, who spoke at the moment, was one of the 3 people who listened to Yang Chen's teaching experience at the time. Judging from experience, Zhao Chengtian already had the cultivation base of the late Darching stage, basically the same as Dao Junki. But now Dao Junki already has the peak Darching stage iron-winged eagle monster pet, and her combat power may be slightly better. What surprised the women was that among the dozen or so figures that appeared, none of them were below the Darching stage. This kind of lineup came from an ancient family, so people couldn't help but be fearful. The 5 major sect was the absolute leader-level sect in the domain of the Dao sects. However, in the domain of these overseas rogue cultivators and distant big families, there was not much control. Generally speaking, these ancient big families have their own inheritance, and they would not easily pick a fight in the Dao sect's territory. Everyone was still in harmony. Although it was normal for the masters of the Darching stage to appear this time, after all, 7 peak Darching monster pets were born, and the masters below the Darching stage were just sending food. But so many of them came out at once, which let the women see the terrifying background of the Zhao family. Well said, it turned out to be Senior Zhao. Yang Chen also cupped his hands and saluted. After returning the salute, he asked curiously, I don't know if Senior Zhao is passing by, or is it a coincidence? During the conversation, more than a dozen masters of the Zhao family had already arrived on the island. Looking at the 7 girls behind Yang Chen, no one had any extra movements. They just stood opposite in an orderly manner, vaguely forming a semicircle-like encirclement, enclosing Yang Chen and the 7 girls in it. My home is nearby. I suddenly found that the spiritual power here is chaotic, so I came to see it. Zhao Chengtian said without concealment. His face was full of smiles, and he didn't know if it was because he was happy to see the master Yang Chen, or because of other reasons. When I was out traveling, I passed by this place. Coincidentally, I thought of a difficult problem with arrays, so I practiced it here. Yang Chen lied through his teeth. With an apologetic expression, he explained to Zhao Chengtian, I didn't expect to disturb you, Senior Zhao. Please forgive me. The reputation of the Murong sisters was well known and they were all in the Darching stage. It was not incomprehensible for them to practice a formation and cause chaos in the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The cultivation qualifications of the 5 women were high, and it was not too much for the formation of the 5 people to be able to have the momentum of the peak of the Darching stage. Oh! Grandmaster Yang got married again? After Zhao Chengtian listened, he immediately changed the topic from the spiritual power chaos to Yang Chen's marriage. I don't know which one is the master's wife, please forgive my rudeness. As he said, he repeatedly cupped his hands at the 7 women. Greetings, fellow Daoist Zhao. Since he asked, the 7 girls also bowed to Zhao Chengtian valiantly. Although Yang Chen called Zhao Chengtian senior, they didn't call him like Yang Chen, but just called him fellow Daoist. The disciples of the big sect had such confidence and pride. Seeing the 7 girls greeting him at the same time, Zhao Chengtian understood that they were all the wives of Yang Chen. He couldn't help but feel envious in his heart, but he congratulated him warmly. It's better to meet by chance than to invite. Since we met, it's fate. After congratulating him, Zhao Chengtian invited him warmly. My house is nearby. Please come and be my guest. It's my honor to have you as my guest. It was very common etiquette to invite someone they knew to a nearby house to have a chat. However, Yang Chen felt that the appearance of this Zhao Chengtian was very strange. When Li Cheng came, he was riding the 8th grade human immortal iron-winged eagle. How come they didn't come out? On the contrary, it was very strange that so many masters of the Darching stage came out when they made a little movement at the peak Darching stage. If that's the case, then I will bother you. Although the posture was a bit strange, Yang Chen was not a person who was afraid of trouble, especially with 7 new concubines, plus 7 peak Darching stage demon pets. Where couldn't he go? He immediately agreed to the other party's invitation without hesitation. Li Cheng asked Yang Chen to come to this island. There must be a purpose. Maybe this Zhao family was what Li Cheng wanted Yang Chen to know. With this premise, even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, Yang Chen would break into it. Moreover, the 7 girls were not weak women who could be bullied, but there were masters of the Darching stage from the 3 major sect of the Dao sects behind them. At the moment, Yang Chen put away the Dragon Palace and followed Zhao Chengtian. Under the escort of a group of Zhao family masters, they went straight to the family that Zhao Chengtian mentioned. The Dragon Palace at the moment was nothing more than the image of an island hut. It was inconspicuous and there was no spiritual power overflowing. Seeing that Yang Chen even wanted to collect such a simple small hut, those masters of the Zhao family couldn't help but have a burst of contempt in their eyes. These contemptuous eyes were seen in the eyes of the 7 girls and they suddenly had an urge to laugh secretly. These guys who didn't know what was good and what was their imagination in the past, thinking that Yang Chen's courtyard was just a few ordinary small rooms. They really didn't know how stunned these guys would be after knowing the truth. Although it was said to be an escort, the masters of the Zhao family brazenly surrounded Yang Chen and the 7 girls in the middle. Except that they didn't put shackles on Yang Chen, everything else seemed to be no different from an escort. Yang Chen didn't seem to see all this, and the 7 girls were also obedient. They were the women who followed Yang Chen. They did whatever Yang Chen did, and they didn't show the slightest anger. Senior Han, forgive me for being presumptuous. When I came down, I didn't see any island where people could live within thousands of miles. I wonder where is the residence of Senior's family. In the blink of an eye, everyone flew for almost a few hundred miles. Yang Chen followed Zhao Chengtian to fly on the sea and asked curiously, "Ha ha ha." Zhao Chengtian didn't directly answer Yang Chen's question. Instead, he laughed wildly and then replied proudly, "Everyone who comes to the Han family is like this at the beginning. Master, don't be impatient. Soon, you will know where the Han family lives." As if to coordinate with Zhao Chengtian's words, the sea in front of them suddenly began to boil. Along with the rumbling sound of water, a huge island suddenly emerged from the surface of the calm sea. On the island, there was a semicircular transparent shield, which isolated all the seawater outside. Below the shield, there were exquisite pavilions and terraces, like a fairyland on Earth. The island was hundreds of miles in radius, and it kept rising. When it finally floated to the surface of the sea, Yang Chen and the 7 girls couldn't help exclaiming in surprise under Zhao Chengtian's complacent eyes. Chapter 1258. The island in the eyes of Yang Chen and the women was not an island, it was simply a huge black tortoise. The shell on the back of this black tortoise was thousands of miles, and the manor of hundreds of miles only occupied less than a quarter of the back area of the black tortoise. The manor was in the hemispherical shield, and there was no shield in other places, so it was all like a wet seabed, full of all kinds of seabed creatures. Often playing on the bottom of the sea, Yang Chen was very clear about the situation on the bottom of the sea. It seemed that the black tortoise had been living on the bottom of the sea for a long time. The huge black tortoise looked like it wanted to break free from some bondage, but it was always bound by some force and could not escape. Looking at this situation, how could Yang Chen and the women not understand that this black tortoise must be controlled by the masters of the Zhao family? Even if they often saw some large beastkin, even Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo, who cultivated naturally in the wild, their bodies were only thousands of feet in size. Compared with this black tortoise that was distributed for thousands of miles, they were not even as small as ants. Sure enough, it was because of the creatures in the sea. Because of the buoyancy of the sea, it did not have to bear its own huge weight, so its body could grow to a jaw-dropping level. It seemed that the cultivation of the black tortoise was not low, but it was limited to a certain realm and could not get rid of it. Yang Chen only took a few glances and understood that the cultivation of the black tortoise itself was converted into a spiritual vein by a huge array engraved on the back of the tortoise, and then provided for the people in the entire manor to cultivate. This kind of act of forcibly robbing other beastkin cultivators, if seen by the masters of the beastkin clan, it was really outrageous. However, Yang Chen had not yet overflowed with a sense of justice to the point of seeking justice for a black tortoise, so he just turned a blind eye to it. The huge hemispherical shield of hundreds of miles, in addition to protecting the manor from the invasion of the sea, seemed to have the function of isolating the spiritual awareness. In this way, a lot of things could be explained. No wonder Yang Chen did not find any habitable islands within thousands of miles. It turned out that the Zhao family had been hiding on the bottom of the sea. Even if Yang Chen was vigilant, he would not always explore every inch of the bottom of the sea. The other party used a formation to isolate the spiritual awareness. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness could only explore the bottom of the sea. How could he find any abnormality? This also explained why the Zhao family was so generous, but no ordinary cultivator knew where the Zhao family was. As long as the black tortoise was still alive, they could change their location at any time. It was normal that they could not find it. The tortoise has been here for thousands of years. Of the black tortoise of the sea. Zhao Chengqian's words were passed to the ears of Yang Chen and the girls from the side, and his tone was indescribably proud. Today, Master Yang is honored with your presence. The patriarch specially asked Black Tortoise to float to the sea to welcome you. This is the first time in thousands of years. In any case, Zhao Chengqian's words really made Yang Chen very proud. In of the shield, of the sea, of tortoise of Chen of Zhao of the tortoise of the Zhao of Zhao. Of the shield of tortoise of Yang of Chen of tortoise. The shield seemed to only have the function of isolating the sea. When Yang Chen and others landed and passed through, there was no hindrance. Of course, Yang Chen and the women were not rookies who had never seen the world. They would not be naive enough to believe that this shield would have no protection. The Zhao family did put on a big show this time. The door was wide open, and thousands of the Zhao family's disciples lined up from the gate to welcome them. The line went all the way to the reception hall of the Zhao family. The master of the Zhao family and another alchemy master who had appeared in Chunyang Palace last time stood at the gate to welcome them, giving them enough face. Yang Chen was polite all the way. Under the leadership of the master of the Zhao family, he followed the welcoming team formed by the Zhao family's disciples. After arriving at the huge reception hall, only a few elders of the Darching stage were left to accompany them, and the welcoming team of the Zhao family's disciples dispersed. Just along the way, Yang Chen saw thousands of Jedan stage, thousands of Yuanying stage, and nearly 100 masters of the Darching stage. The closer they were to the reception hall, the higher the cultivation base of the disciples in the line. The number of masters alone was enough to make the 7 girls behind Yang Chen afraid. Even in their respective sect, the masters of the Darching stage outside would not be half of this number. Most of the masters were in a state of seclusion, and they would not let outsiders know easily. Those who dared to show off had such strength, one could imagine how many of them were hidden. A master like the Great Elder was not only in the 5 major sect. These families that could last for hundreds of thousands of years or even longer, which one of them did not have a few backups? When Yang Chen and the women visited for the first time, the Zhao family showed off such a master. They were not afraid of the 7 girls who came from the 3 major sect. If there was no problem in this, then it would really be a ghost. The masters seemed to have given enough face to Yang Chen, but in fact, there was another kind of threat. Even if Yang Chen wanted to have any other thoughts, he had to make a new plan at this moment. Originally, the posture at the beginning made the 7 girls secretly careful, and now they did not dare to be careless. Before the other party had revealed the ultimate purpose, the 7 girls put on a posture of following Yang Chen. They were very respectful and they did not even make a sound when Yang Chen and the Zhao family master were talking. Yang Chen saw more than the 7 girls. Among these masters who lined up to welcome him, there were many people who were surrounded by demonic energy. Obviously, they had been to the demon continent to gain experience. If Yang Chen's guess was right, the Zhao family obviously wanted to know how Yang Chen dealt with the demonic energy. Master Yang, you have also gained experience in the demon continent. There are some things I would like to ask you. After the Zhao family master and Yang Chen were polite, an elder who had just introduced them came straight to the point and asked Yang Chen for advice. Wait. Yang Chen did not wait for the other party to say the following words, and directly reached out to stop the other party. Yang Chen's action puzzled several people of the Zhao family, and 2 impatient elders even showed a little angry expressions. I have been on the road these days. My wife has been practicing the formation for many days, and she is also a little tired. Seniors, can you arrange for my wife to rest first? Yang Chen said seemingly politely, and then added, my wife has not been to the demon continent to gain experience, and I think she will not be interested in what we are going to say. The remaining elders all had a little demonic energy, and they must have all been to the demon continent to gain experience. As soon as they heard what Yang Chen said, they immediately understood that when they left the demon continent, they must have also made a great heart oath. It was a big trouble to disclose it to outsiders. Chapter 1259. We have been rude. The Zhao family master immediately apologized and then ordered an elder to arrange for Yang Chen's family to rest in the guest room. The 7 girls were puzzled. What did he mean by they were not interested? On the contrary, they were very interested. However, these words were spoken by Yang Chen, so they could not have any objections. They obediently followed Yang Chen to the guest room. The elder who led them here was very polite and enthusiastic, and even a little grateful, which made the 7 girls confused. After leaving behind a lot of delicious food and drinks, and a few servants to serve them, the elder left. After the elder left, the 7 girls did not say anything and drove the servants out of the guest room. They all started to put down a few restrictions. After making sure that no one outside could hear them, they all looked at Yang Chen. It's nothing more than unwarranted solicitude. Of course, Yang Chen knew what they wanted to ask, so he directly answered with a smile. Husband, are you talking about us shamelessly pestering you? Everyone understood that Yang Chen was talking about the Zhao family, but Shi Wushuang did not directly ask about the Zhao family and the meaning of Yang Chen's words. Instead, she looked at Yang Chen with some hidden bitterness and asked with grievance. The girls immediately realized that it was not only the Zhao family who unwarranted solicitude. When they approached Yang Chen before, didn't they also unwarranted solicitude? If Yang Chen had the impression that they were either unwarranted or burglary, it would not be a good thing. Now, the 7 girls did not want Yang Chen to have such a view of them. Aren't we hooking up and committing adultery? Yang Chen was stunned, then he smiled and explained, you are now my concubines, my women. If this is not unwarranted, then what is unwarranted? After saying that, he laughed loudly. Although Yang Chen's words were somewhat unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. Strictly speaking, weren't they hooking up with each other as Yang Chen said? His words were crude, but the logic was not. The key was that the girls were afraid that Yang Chen would have a bad impression of them. Since Yang Chen thought so and said that he was the other half of the adulterous woman, it was naturally the words of love in the boudoir, and there was no ill will in his heart. Speaking of which, in the future, this would also be a kind of happiness between husband and wife. Since the women were in cahoots with Yang Chen, it was obvious that the Zhao family was part of the robbers. They didn't seem to have any intention of using a stunning beauty to tempt Yang Chen. Even if they did, 7 girls would do her best to stir things up. How could she allow someone to sleep beside her and her husband's bed? After a while, everyone could clearly feel that Black Tortoise had sunk to the bottom of the sea again. If the Zhao family had any intentions, as long as they sealed the shield of entry and exit, Yang Chen's family could only fall into the situation of catching a turtle in a jar. The other party hadn't said their purpose yet, and Yang Chen guessed that they must have something to ask for. Therefore, before the real intention was revealed, Yang Chen was still very relieved. 7 girls was cautious, vigilant at all times, ready to fight to the death at any time. There's no need to be nervous. Yang Chen simply said, tomorrow, my husband will go and talk to them and see what they mean. After that, he explained again, some of the things we said are not suitable for people who have not been to the demon continent to know. This is the rule inside. You don't have to go into it. All the disciples of the major sect had been to the demon continent. When they talked about the demon continent, they were either consistent or secretive. 7 girls had seen them all. Since Yang Chen said that this was the rule of the demon continent, they naturally wouldn't ask any more questions. There was no sun and moon at the bottom of the sea, but this Zhao family was on the shield, reflecting the sun, moon and stars, which was exactly the same as the outside world. The day and night were distinct. Living on the bottom of the sea was no different from living on the surface of the sea. Yang Chen's family rested for a night, and then they were invited to the living room alone. 7 girls naturally stayed in the guest room to rest. Thank you, Master, for reminding me. I almost broke the rule yesterday. Seeing Yang Chen, the elder who spoke quickly yesterday came up and thanked him politely. The 2 elders who were angry at that time also had amiable expressions on their faces. Naturally, the 2 sides were polite again, and then they got to the point. There was no one here who had not been to the demon continent to gain experience, so naturally there was no taboo in their words. Master, I also want to take the liberty to ask if Master's method of purifying the demonic energy can be taught to our Zhao family. One of the Zhao family elders asked straightforwardly, what kind of price does the Master want? As long as my Zhao family can come up with it, there is no doubt. The method of purifying the demonic energy. Yang Chen's tone was slightly delayed. Several people of the Zhao family looked at Yang Chen with a little nervousness, and Yang Chen's words continued, it's not that it can't be sold, but I can't guarantee that you can learn it. It was the same argument as when he sold the secrets of the 5th grade alchemist. This was not the first time the Zhao family had heard it. I can teach you the method, but whether you can do it or not, that's another matter. The ugly words were said first, if it doesn't work in the future, you can't blame Yang Chen. As long as the master tries his best to teach, there is no reason not to. An elder next to him immediately took over the words and said with a smile, I'm afraid that the master intends to hold back, then naturally we can't learn it. These words were not so pleasant to hear, and Yang Chen's face suddenly pulled down. The strange thing was that the Zhao family patriarch and several other elders next to him didn't seem to hear it, and it seemed that they didn't jump out to reprimand the elder. He. Yang Chen's face immediately eased a little, he chuckled, and then replied, a village woman in the mortal world can have a few children. However, even if you cultivate to the great principal golden immortal, I am afraid you can't have half a child. There are some things that can't be learned by teaching. It's normal for aptitude to be limited. Before the elder turned hostile, the Zhao family patriarch finally opened his mouth and asked slowly, Master Yang, I wonder what do you think of the strength of my Zhao family? Very strong. Yang Chen nodded without hesitation and replied directly, it's not worse than the 5 great sect of Dao sects. If the children of the Zhao family go to the demon continent to gain experience, I am afraid that if you really want to fight, maybe you will have the upper hand. In that case, Master Yang, are you interested in joining my Zhao family? The Zhao family patriarch stared at Yang Chen intently and asked very formally, what Chunyang Palace can give you, my Zhao family can double it. What the 5 great sect can give, my Zhao family can also double it. I wonder what Master Yang thinks. As soon as the patriarch said this, several other elders stared at Yang Chen's face, waiting for Yang Chen's answer. Chapter 1260. The external branch of the Zhao clan obviously wanted Yang Chen to join the Zhao clan and become their subsidiary clan. This kind of relationship was very common among cultivators. It was not only the ancient clans that had such relationships. Most cultivation clans actually had such relationships. However, this external branch was obviously a vassal. Once they nodded, it meant that Yang Chen had to obey the master's orders. He would basically have to do whatever they wanted him to do. Although it was said to be an external branch, it was actually a subordinate. Not interested. Yang Chen shook his head directly. What a joke. Not to mention a famous person like Yang Chen, even a disciple of a small sect would not find a father to be their head for no reason. Unless they had no other way out or received a favor that they could not repay, no one would like to do so. Yang Chen's attitude was within the expectations of the Zhao clan. The Zhao clan master and several elders looked at Yang Chen and nodded, but they did not intend to force him further. On the contrary, the Zhao clan master smiled and said calmly, Master Yang has worked hard all the way and may be a little tired. Why don't you rest in the guest room and discuss this with your wives? This matter is not urgent. Yesterday, they clearly wanted to ask about the demonic qi, but today, they immediately wanted Yang Chen to be their vassal. It was obvious that some unknown changes had taken place today. At least, Yang Chen did not know about it. The Zhao clan was still very polite. A junior disciple led the way and sent Yang Chen back to the guest room. Yang Chen did not hide anything from his concubines and directly told them the Zhao clan's request. Dao Junkie exploded on the spot. She had a fire attribute spirit root, and her character was not as gentle as she usually was in front of Yang Chen. Be it in the sect or outside, who did not know about Fairy Junkie's fiery character? If not for this character, how could Dao Junkie, who had an excellent appearance and figure, remain single until now? It was not easy to find a fellow Daoist who could suppress Fairy Junkie. She came from a prestigious clan and had a high status. She had excellent aptitude, outstanding appearance, and high cultivation. Those who had the slightest bit of ambition could only feel inferior when they saw Fairy Junkie. Only someone like young Chen could suppress it. "You're going too far." Dao Junkie saw that the table next to her had been smashed into smithereens with a slap, and said furiously, "Let's kill our way out. I'm afraid it won't be easy to leave now." Shi Wushuang, who was beside Dao Junkie, shook her head and said. None of them were rookies who had ventured out for the first time, so of course they understood what Shi Wushuang meant. In fact, before they entered the Zhao family, they had left a tracking mark outside. The experts of the sect could follow the mark to find their location. Apart from Yang Chen, Dao Junkie, Shi Wushuang, and the 5 Murong sisters had all left the same mark. At that time, there were many Zhao family members present, but none of them stopped him. Now that they thought about it, it was probably because the other party had nothing to fear and wasn't afraid that they had any tricks up their sleeves. The Zhao family had always been mysterious, and ordinary people didn't know where the Zhao family was. Yang Chen's family now understood that it wasn't that they couldn't find it, but the location of the Zhao family was simply changing. Wherever the black tortoise swam, the Zhao family would be. According to this logic, the marks left by the girls yesterday were meaningless at all. Even if the people of their respective sect could track to that place, it was just a vast sea, and they would never find any trace of the girls. Others couldn't see the power of the black tortoise, but Yang Chen was very clear. That black tortoise, in terms of real strength, could definitely compete with the ultimate demonized vine. It was almost at the level of a grade 2 Earth Immortal, but it was bound by a powerful formation and had to submit to the Zhao family. This level of black tortoise could easily block the divine sense of almost everyone in the mortal world. If it didn't want to be discovered, no one could find it at all, even Yang Chen himself couldn't. However, thinking of this problem, Yang Chen still had some doubts in his mind. Perhaps Li Cheng could easily find it. For this sworn brother, Yang Chen had always been unable to figure out the depth. So far, he didn't know what level his cultivation had reached. If Yang Chen still couldn't figure out why Li Cheng wanted to meet him on that deserted island before, then now, Yang Chen could be sure that it must be related to this mysterious Zhao family. But for what specific reason, Yang Chen still needed to further explore. The more you know, the more you will find that you don't know enough. Yang Chen was in such a state now. He couldn't understand why there were suddenly so many cultivators beyond the limits of the mortal world in this world. The Supreme Elder, the demonized beast, and now a mysterious black tortoise jumped out. Even Yang Chen knew that there was no spiritual vein in such a huge manner of the Zhao family. Everyone's cultivation was all absorbing the spiritual power of the black tortoise. Just this point alone was enough to shock everyone. So many Darching stage and Yuanying stage masters, and even those hidden characters like the Supreme Elder, all of them were provided with spiritual power by the black tortoise. How high was the cultivation base of the black tortoise? Now was not the time to figure out the strength of the black tortoise, but everyone had to discuss how to face such a situation. Shi Wushuang's words were actually very reasonable. When everyone came in, they didn't know how powerful the formation was. Now it should have many other effects, at least trapping people was one of them. The Zhao family didn't care whether Yang Chen agreed or not, which was actually very clear. They were absolutely sure that Yang Chen's family could not leave. Even if there were 7 masters of the Darching stage, it was impossible to leave the Zhao family, so they were so sure. Anyway, Yang Chen's family was in the Zhao family, so they were not afraid of any actions from them. In such a situation, even Shi Wushuang was somewhat helpless. They couldn't fight them, and they couldn't escape either. It was really a bit difficult. Just as Shi Wushuang and Dao Junkie were filled with anger and anxiety, one of the Murong sisters, Murong Yang, who had been silent all this while, gently tugged at the corners of Shi Wushuang and Dao Junkie's robes, gesturing for them to look at their husband. The 2 women turned their eyes and immediately saw Yang Chen's posture as if nothing had happened. Not only did he not have a sad expression, but he closed his eyes and enjoyed Murong Han's comfortable massage. He took the wine glass from Murong Nan's hand and took a small sip, looking very relaxed. Husband. Dao Junkie immediately held back her anger, and Shi Wushuang's face was a little more coquettish. She leaned in front of Yang Chen and said softly, Husband, what good idea do you have? Chapter 1261. There's no good way. Yang Chen shook his head and added, at least not now. Listening to his words, Shi Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Her body almost burrowed into Yang Chen's arms. It was a completely coquettish performance. She twisted her delicate body and asked in a sweet voice, then when will there be a way? Tell me, husband. Dao Junqi and the 5 Murong sisters were all busy with their own things and did not see Shi Wushuang's performance at all. Although the 7 girls tried their best to please Yang Chen at the beginning, there was indeed another way. Everyone's cultivation was higher than Yang Chen's and they were older. They really could not put down their pride to act coquettishly in front of Yang Chen. Among the 7 girls, only Shi Wushuang could do this. That depends on when the people from your sect can arrive at the place where you left the mark. Yang Chen took another sip of jade dragon wine from Murongnan's mouth and then said slowly, we have to wait for everyone to arrive before we talk about other thing. But Dao Junqi immediately asked with some doubts. However, she only said 2 words and was quietly pulled by Murongyang again. She could not say the rest of the words. At this time, questioning Yang Chen was obviously the same as not believing in Yang Chen. This was actually not good for Dao Junqi. First, she would question her own husband. Second, she would leave a bad impression in front of Yang Chen. When the girls served Yang Chen, they slept together. Moreover, they were all concubines. They were naturally different from Gaou and Gong Sunling. The Murong sisters always quietly protected Dao Junqi, for fear that she would be excluded. It took us 2 years to get here. It will take at least 2.5 years for the masters of Chenkuan sect to arrive. Shi Wushuang estimated the speed of Yang Chen's shuttle and gave a more or less the same answer. It will take about this long for the masters of Taishanmen to arrive. Dao Junqi followed up with the time of Taishanmen. The eldest sister of the Murong sisters, Murong Han, did not say anything. She only nodded at the 2 girls' answers. Yang Chen also understood that it would be the same if the experts of the 5 Elements sect came over. Then we'll wait for 2 years. Yang Chen chuckled, but he did not explain to the women. He said calmly, anyway, the Zhao family seems to have a well-thought-out plan. They are not afraid of any resistance from us. Let's get to know the Zhao family first. For a few days, Yang Chen did not nod his head. The Zhao family was not anxious at all, nor did they force him. They just provided him with good food and drinks. It seemed that they were not afraid of any tricks at all. However, a few days later, the head of the Zhao family once again invited Yang Chen to the guest hall. This time, the elders were not there, but there was one more woman. As soon as they met, Yang Chen recognized this woman from her familiar spiritual consciousness fluctuations. Although she had changed her appearance, changed her figure, changed her voice, and changed her habits. Even if an acquaintance stood in front of her, it would be impossible to recognize her, but some things could not be changed. It turned out to be Elder Liu. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. When they met, Yang Chen directly greeted the woman, and there was a smile on his face and an expression of sudden realization. This woman was clearly Liu Ziwei of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Elder Liu. She escaped from the Eye of the Sea and now she actually appeared here. Liu Ziwei was stunned. She obviously did not expect that Yang Chen would recognize her identity. After a while, a smile appeared on her face and she smiled at Yang Chen. My surname is actually not Liu, my surname is Zhao. Zia is my daughter. The head of the Zhao family watched from the side and suddenly interjected. So that's how it is. Yang Chen suddenly understood a lot. Liu Ziwei, no, Zhao Zia was the daughter of the head of the Zhao family. She was ordered to enter the Green Jade Immortal Island. Whether it was to spy on the secrets of the Green Jade Immortal Island or for other purposes, she became an undercover agent. The Zhao family, because of the big black tortoise, has been active on the bottom of the sea. They were not afraid that anyone could find them. Zhao Zia could easily pass the news to the Zhao family. This was also the reason why she chose the Green Jade Immortal Island, because among the 5 major sect, only the Green Jade Immortal Island was on the sea. How can you recognize me at once? Zhao Zia was a little unwilling to admit defeat and wanted to know the reason, so she asked in a slightly angry tone. I am a 5th grade alchemist master. Yang Chen said with a smile. Your father should know that my mastery of medicinal properties has reached perfection. The head of the Zhao family nodded. At the time of Yang Chen's demonstration, he was present. Of course, he knew Yang Chen's control of medicinal properties. However, Zhao Ziya still had some doubts. What does this have to do with you recognizing me? In fact, not only Zhao Ziya, but even the head of the Zhao family had the same doubts. It was just that with his identity, it was naturally not good to ask. Since Zhao Ziya asked, he waited for Yang Chen to answer. When you understand the medicinal properties to a certain extent, even if you close your eyes, don't rely on anything else, just use your nose, you can distinguish any kind of medicinal material, and even distinguish the origin, the year, and so on. Yang Chen replied very confidently. Although he didn't directly say the reason, it was already obvious unless you always wrap your body with spiritual power and spiritual awareness, so that no smell can leak out, otherwise. When Yang Chen said this, he just shrugged his shoulders and didn't speak anymore. Dog nose. Zhao Ziya couldn't help but be stunned, and then she whispered in her mouth. The head of the Zhao family next to her also understood that it was because of the smell. He couldn't help but look at Yang Chen again. He didn't know how many skills Yang Chen had that he didn't know. You flatter me. Yang Chen didn't seem to hear that Zhao Ziya was scolding him. He responded with a smile and then asked, since Elder Zhao is here, then Elder Bei, who disappeared with Elder Zhao, should also be in the Zhao family. Bei Shuangyu and Liu Ziwei were both missing. This kind of thing, of course, the Green Jade Immortal Island would not hide it from Yang Chen. Yang Chen was very clear about this matter. Of course, Zhao Ziya didn't hide it and nodded directly. She looked at Yang Chen up and down and suddenly said, you have a good method to scare a master in the middle darching stage like that. What method did you use? It's just a small skill, it's not worth praising. Yang Chen was very proud. He responded with a smile, and then directly gave a thumbs up. Elder Zhao is really brilliant. First get on the line of the elder, then slowly go to this step and get Elder Bei back. Maybe it was Elder Bei's people who let you go. After so many things happened, as long as you cure Elder Bei will naturally be grateful. The things that the elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island mastered easily became the Zhao family's good method. Chapter 1262. As he said that, Yang Chen's heart was also secretly shocked. This Zhao family did not show the mountain and did not reveal the water, but they got great benefits. Even in the memory of Yang Chen's previous life, there was no impression of them. It could be described as a model of making a fortune in silence. In the memory of the Green Jade Immortal Island, there was no reform of the elders, which meant that in the previous life, Zhao Ziyu was not exposed in the Green Jade Immortal Island, and then she was safe and sound in the spiritual world and immortal world. This also meant that the Zhao family had been hiding behind the Green Jade Immortal Island, enjoying the super benefits, but did not have to bear any responsibility. The Green Jade Immortal Island had Zhao Ziyu, who knew if there was a Zhao family in other sect. Yang Chen did not doubt at all that the 5 major sect of the Dao sects and even several major sects of the demon sects had the shadow of the Zhao family behind them. Because when they lined up to welcome Yang Chen's family, Yang Chen once discovered that there were several masters of the darching stage, who clearly cultivated the cultivation methods of the demon sects. If it wasn't for Yang Chen to share the experience of the 5th grade alchemist master this time, it was estimated that the Zhao family would not easily jump out and be known. However, this was also thanks to the temptation of the 5th grade alchemist master. If the mortal world could reach the 5th grade alchemist master, the spiritual world and the immortal world could almost be said to be one step at a time. At that time, the 9th grade alchemist master might not be a problem, and the Zhao family couldn't help but be tempted. In fact, it was not only the Zhao family that was tempted. However, now the Zhao family jumped out and actually wanted to merge Yang Chen into the Zhao family's branch. This was definitely the most stupid move and the biggest mistake they made. The means are good, it doesn't matter now. Zhao Ziyu did not look as happy as Yang Chen imagined. This was not surprising. She could have been an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island until the spiritual world and immortal world. He didn't know how much benefit she could get from it for the Zhao family, but now she had to withdraw. It was normal to be angry. It's understandable. Yang Chen nodded with a smile on his face. If it wasn't for you. Although Zhao Ziyin was also smiling, it was obviously the kind of smile that came from gritting her teeth. Her words didn't match her heart. If it wasn't for you, it wouldn't have come to this. I wasn't the one who provoked you. Yang Chen replied indifferently, there are so many masters of the demon continent in your family. Don't tell me you don't know what it was like when they first came out of the demon continent. Also, after suffering for 200 years in the eye of the sea, I can still become your elder. I didn't force you to leave. Speaking of which, Zhao Ziyu and Yang Chen had a disagreement because they wanted to suppress Shishanshan, who had just returned from the demon continent. It was at that time that Shishanshan caused Bei Shuangyu and Zhao Ziyu to lose face, which led to the series of events that followed. Yang Chen's words were obviously not wrong. He didn't provoke them first. The cause and effect don't matter anymore. Zhao Ziyu herself knew that she was in the wrong if she entangled herself in this matter, so she quickly changed her expression. Of course, the smile was always on her face. The important thing is that you are in my home now. So what? Yang Chen still had the same indifferent expression as he asked. Perhaps, Master Yang, you don't know the power of my Zhao family's demon sealing formation. Zhao Ziyu seemed to finally have the feeling of victory, and smiled very happily. Perhaps Master Yang is still waiting for the masters of your concubine's family to come and save you. Don't be delusional. The Zhao family's patriarch had been standing by, watching his daughter and Yang Chen talk, and never spoke. But the expression on his face was the same as Zhao Ziyin's. There was a feeling that the general trend had been decided, as if everything had been grasped and he had a well-thought-out plan. My family's demon sealing formation was passed down by our ancestors and was guided by the masters of the immortal world. Even if you stand outside the demon sealing formation, your divine sense can't find anyone's position through the formation. Zhao Ziyu didn't even wait for Yang Chen to ask questions and proudly began to introduce the power of the demon sealing formation, hoping that someone can find your position. Don't dream on. If you think that my family's demon sealing formation is only like this, then you are gravely mistaken. Seeing that the expression on Yang Chen's face didn't even change much, Zhao Ziyu seemed to be a little unable to bear it and continued to say, since it is called the demon sealing formation, then it can seal any kind of demon or ghost. Don't think that your concubines can escape because they are in the darching stage. Without our permission, even a fly can't fly out. Yang Chen was not surprised. The other party was so sure that they didn't even restrict the personal freedom of their family. Yang Chen knew that they must be confident. This formation was what they relied on. This formation has another effect, Master Yang, you will never think of it. Zhao Ziyu quickly became proud again and said to Yang Chen, Master Yang, you once said that you have a way to collect the aura of the heavenly tribulation, but can you isolate the heavenly tribulation? This formation can work. Yang Chen was finally moved and asked. Of course. When Zhao Ziyu saw Yang Chen's performance, the happiness on her face was almost unable to be concealed. She quickly replied, even if your strength has already surpassed the level of ascension, in this formation, you don't have to worry about the heavenly tribulation descending. In comparison, the method of the great elders of the 5 major sects is not worth mentioning. This point was very unexpected to Yang Chen. The great elders of the major sect were already existences that people looked up to. Countless small sects tried their best but couldn't do it. But in this Zhao family, it was actually so easy, just relying on a formation to hide everyone outside of the heavenly tribulation. The demon sealing formation had this effect, which also explained another of Yang Chen's doubts. That Black Tortoise's strength was clearly close to the 2nd grade of Earth Immortal, but it didn't attract the heavenly tribulation and directly ascend. Obviously, this was the effect of the demon sealing formation. Of course, there must be other formations that could control the Black Tortoise. Otherwise, a 2nd grade Earth Immortal Black Tortoise wouldn't be so docile, let a group of mortals control it, and even absorb its spiritual energy to cultivate. In this case, this Black Tortoise might not be without resentment. Master Yang, even if your concubines already have the strength to ascend, they can't help you escape from my Zhao family. Zhao Ziyu said so much for this purpose. If I were you, I would obediently be a side branch of my Zhao family. As long as you refine the pills, My Zhao family will take care of them all. Whatever the 5 major sects can give you, my Zhao family can also give you. What if I say no? Yang Chen didn't seem to hear the hidden threat in Zhao Ziyu's words and asked with a smile. Then Master Yang will be a guest in my Zhao family. The Zhao family head took over the conversation and replied with a smile, you can stay as long as you want. Chapter 1263. With this demon sealing array, the Zhao family would basically have an immortal foundation. If they added the black tortoise with uncertain whereabouts, then no one in the world could shake the Zhao family at all. Since there was a powerful array protection, even the masters who surpassed the Darching stage could not break through. Naturally, the Zhao family was not afraid that Yang Chen's family would improve their cultivation and rush out. As for the masters inside the Zhao family, with such a demon sealing array, presumably there would be no shortage of masters like the Supreme Elder in the Zhao family. In their expectation, if Yang Chen's family wanted to be free, it could basically be said that there was no hope at all. At the same time, with the demon sealing array and the black tortoise, the masters of the 5 major sect couldn't even find the location of Yang Chen's family. There was no need to go to the door to save them. Moreover, even if they found them, so what? Could the masters of the 5 major sect save people from a black tortoise of the Earth Immortal 2nd grade? With such insurance, of course, the Zhao family was not afraid of any resistance from Yang Chen's family. As the days passed, Yang Chen would succumb one day. The Zhao family had such confidence, so not only did they not threaten Yang Chen's family, but they provided them with good food and drinks. They even looked around the Zhao family's manor, but they couldn't leave. The Zhao family had used such a trick more than once. Now, there were several branches of the Zhao family that were accepted in this way. At first, they also firmly disagreed, but didn't they become the Zhao family's branch in the end? With the example of their ancestors in front of them, they were not afraid of what Yang Chen could do. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you. Yang Chen didn't seem to have any grievances of being under house arrest, as if he was really a guest in the Zhao family. His tone was natural, without the slightest grievance. If you want to kidnap a child of the Zhao family and force us to let you out, I advise you to give up now. At this moment, Zhao Ziyin was like a victor. She looked at Yang Chen and advised him sincerely, believe me, even if you hurt a small servant of the Zhao family, we will use the life of a concubine to pay for it. When she spoke, Zhao Ziyin had a completely condescending feeling. She looked at Yang Chen as if she was looking at a mouse that had fallen into a cat's nest. No matter how much the mouse struggled, it would only add a little fun to the cat. In the end, it still couldn't escape. Yang Chen was now the mouse that made her happy, and all the grievances he suffered in the Green Jade Immortal Island had been taken back. Zhao Ziyin was certain that they had already thought of all the methods that Yang Chen could think of. No matter what tricks Yang Chen used, it was impossible for him to set off any storm under the protection of hundreds of great vehicle stage experts of the Zhao family, or even dozens of human immortal experts, not to mention that the Zhao family also had a Grade 2 Earth Immortal Superfighter, Black Tortoise. Then what else is there to say? Yang Chen raised his eyes and put his hands behind his back. Like an old man, he turned around and walked away. After a few steps, his voice slowly sounded again. If there is any delicious food or good drink, just call it over. I am not talented, but my appetite is extremely demanding. The Zhao family should not treat me badly, right? Master, feel free to be a guest. If you need anything, there is a housekeeper in the guest room. Just tell him directly, don't be polite. The Zhao family's patriarch had a kind smile on his face. He looked at the back of Yang Chen and said with a smile. Yang Chen walked far away and was about to disappear from the door of the living room. Zhao Ziyin suddenly shouted at Yang Chen in exasperation. Yang Chen, what method did you use on Elder Bei? The figure who was walking out suddenly stopped. Yang Chen turned back with a smile and asked with some ridicule, why, Elder Zhao, a little spiritual awareness hypnosis method, you can't solve it. This isn't like the resourceful Zhao clan. Finished speaking, he laughed heartily and turned around to leave. Zhao Ziyin looked at the disappearing figure of Yang Chen and stamped her feet in hatred, but she couldn't say anything. Since you've already blocked his way out, why do you have to ask this superfluous question? You'll only make him proud and you won't be happy. Why bother? The Zhao family's family head said tenderly when he saw Zhao Ziyu's expression. As his own daughter, Zhao Ziyin couldn't be happy under his knee. She risked being exposed to go undercover in the Green Jade Immortal Island. It was really hard for her these years. The dignified miss of the Zhao family had to go to the Green Jade Immortal Island to hide her identity and endure all kinds of grievances. From a junior disciple to an elder, the pain could be imagined. But for the Zhao family, she had to do this to convince the public. If Bei Shuangyu can't recover for a day, she can't tell us a lot of things. Zhao Ziyin explained anxiously, once the time is too long, I'm afraid there will be many problems. My Zhao family has been here for so many years, are we still afraid of a little elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island? The Zhao family's patriarch shook his head slightly and patiently explained, you have been away for too long. You don't know the situation of the family these years. Don't worry, nothing will happen. What about Bei Shuangyu? Zhao Ziyin also knew that she was anxious, so she eased her emotions and asked her father. He also said that it's just spiritual awareness hypnosis. The Zhao family's patriarch said with a smile, no matter how strong the spiritual awareness is, can it be stronger than the black tortoise? Let it solve it, it's easy. The discussion between the Zhao family's father and daughter did not last long, and they soon dispersed. Yang Chen returned to the guest room, and he still looked calm. The 7 girls had been waiting a little anxiously. When they saw Yang Chen come back, they all greeted him. Yang Chen relayed the things that Zhao Ziyu had said, but he concealed Zhao Ziyu's identity and didn't say anything. Hearing that the Zhao family had such a powerful demon seal array, the 7 girls were also stunned for a while, but in the face of the dilemma in front of them, no one could do anything. Finally, everyone's eyes looked at their husband, Yang Chen. Don't worry. Yang Chen was very calm from the beginning, and there was no sign of panic. This calmness also made the 7 girls feel at ease. It seemed that as long as they saw Yang Chen like this, they would not panic too much. Imperceptibly, the 7 girls seemed to have forgotten that they were all at the darching stage, and their cultivation was much higher than Yang Chen's. Cultivate with peace of mind, try to absorb spiritual power directly from a black tortoise, and see what's the difference between directly absorbing spiritual power from a black tortoise and absorbing spiritual veins. Yang Chen said with a smile, and then added, don't worry, I have a way. This sentence seemed to be more effective than any comforting words, and the 7 girls were no longer anxious. Their husband was so sure, obviously he had a backup plan. Anyway, it was still early for the masters of the sect to arrive, so they would wait slowly. Yang Chen was even more outrageous, and he directly began to refine pills in the guest room. Hearing the housekeeper's report on the behavior of Yang Chen's family, the Zhao family's patriarch smiled slightly and did not comment. He just told them to eat and drink well, and not to worry about anything else. A few days later, Yang Chen, who was closing his eyes to rest and claiming to be refining pills, suddenly noticed a strong fluctuation of spiritual awareness. He suddenly laughed in his heart, the opportunity has come. Chapter 1264. Everyone in the Zhao family manor felt this spiritual awareness fluctuation. The Zhao family was basically used to it and there was not much surprise. But the 7 girls around Yang Chen all jumped up in surprise. Although it has been expected that the Zhao family had a strong backup, the 7 girls did not think that their hidden strength was so strong. Even the fluctuations of the spiritual awareness could make Dao Junkie, who was in the late darching stage, break into a cold sweat and she couldn't speak for a long time. Even Dao Junkie, who had the strongest cultivation base, was like this. The Murong sisters and Shi Wushuang were even more unbearable. At this moment, Yang Chen could not comfort his 7 concubines. A wisp of spiritual awareness was silently colliding with the sudden outbreak of the spiritual awareness. The beast-controlling secret art of the immortal world was directly launched and a thought was passed at the moment when the spiritual awareness collided. The descendant of the dragon race, the bloodline of the Taowu, did not carry your merit stone tablet, but was driven by people here, it is lamentable. Yang Chen's thought passed over was only this sentence. However, along with Yang Chen's thoughts, there was also a trace of Xiao Tian's spiritual awareness and a trace of the dragon bead's aura. The sudden appearance of the powerful spiritual awareness shook violently, and then returned to normal, then a rough voice sounded in Yang Chen's mind, Taowu bloodline? The tone was full of doubts, as if he couldn't believe it. Roar. Yang Chen was just about to express something, but the other party suddenly roared, and then the voice sounded again in Yang Chen's mind. There is a formation barrier, let's talk about it in detail. After saying this, the incomparably powerful wave of divine sense disappeared, as if it had never appeared, and the entire manner was restored to its original state. The 7 girls were still in a panic. Yang Chen could only hold them one by one, and then soothe them with his spiritual awareness, waking them up one by one and comforting them with a soft voice. After a long time, the girls recovered a little, but there was still no way to return to their normal state. Amazing. Dao Junki was behind Yang Chen and reached out to hold Yang Chen. She sighed with lingering fear, and even her voice was much smaller, more powerful than the great elder of my sect. It seemed that only by holding Yang Chen could she no longer be so afraid. The Murong 5 sisters were almost connected. At this moment, they gathered together, holding hands in a circle, and they could barely maintain their trembling. Of course, the center of the circle must be Yang Chen. One hand of Yang Chen fell together with Murong Yang and Murong Han. The steady and warm big hand brought them infinite warmth and courage. As for Shi Wushuang, she almost shrank in Yang Chen's arms, and her delicate body was still shivering. Among the 7 women, her cultivation was the lowest, so she was the most shocked. Now the 7 women, where did they have the demeanor of a master of the daching stage? It was clear that they were a few frightened girls, seeking to rely on their husbands. Of course, Yang Chen and Li Cheng were exceptions to this. Even though the 7 girls were from the 3 major sect and had seen many things, this was the first time they came into contact with this kind of strength that surpassed this world. It could not be helped. Even though the sect had the existence of the great elders, those great elders were at most 2nd or 3rd grade human immortals. At most, they would be 5th grade human immortals. There was nothing that could be done. Even if the few major sects had supreme elders, those supreme elders would at most be 2nd or 3rd stage human immortals. At most, they would be 5th stage human immortals. However, this time, the Zhao family had displayed the strength of an earth immortal. The difference of 2 realms was not something that could be overcome with willpower or anything else. However, this time, the Zhao family had displayed the strength of an earth immortal. The difference of 2 realms was not something that could be overcome with willpower or anything else. When a foundation-building cultivator met a nascent soul cultivator, other than being trampled upon, what other possibility was there? Being the meat on someone else's chopping block, this was the fear that the 7 women felt most directly. This was a feeling that they had never felt before. They were born in the great sect and they were cultivation geniuses. No one would dare to treat them like this. This was the first time. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Yang Chen kept repeating these words in his mouth, and finally made the 7 women more and more calm, and gradually calmed down. Husband, don't you feel the pressure? Yang Chen's calmness finally caught Dao Junki's attention. Her question attracted the attention of all the girls. Even Shi Wushuang, who was in his arms, raised her head. She looked at Yang Chen with fear and curiosity. Don't forget, your husband is gifted. He was born with the ability to multitask. Yang Chen loosened his grip on Murong Yang and Murong Han's hands and pointed to his head. He smiled. Some of them were frightened, but some of them were not affected. Only then did the girls remember that Yang Chen emphasized this point when he announced the cultivation secrets of a 5th grade pill refiner. Yang Chen's explanation made sense, so the girls did not pursue this issue further. Is this the Zhao family's trump card? Dao Junki recalled the feeling of fear just now. She could not help but shiver and asked anxiously. It should be. Yang Chen understood in his heart that the black tortoise was not the Zhao family's true strength. Perhaps it was in the mortal world, but it was definitely more than that in the spiritual realm and the immortal realm. However, at this moment, he could not say too much, for fear of scaring the girls around him. Therefore, he said it in a guessing tone. Even if the masters of the sect arrive, I'm afraid. The first thing that came to Shi Wushuang's mind was the warning they had sent when they had entered the Zhao family's villa. Now that she thought about it, even if everyone's reinforcements could arrive, it would still be disastrous against the Zhao family. At the thought of this, Shi Wushuang could not help but turn pale again. There's no hurry, there's no hurry. Yang Chen tightened his arms and hugged Shi Wushuang even tighter. After giving her some courage, he comforted her, when the cart comes to the mountain, there will be a way out. Don't worry, my husband is here for everything. Her husband was here for everything. These words were like a spell, causing the 7 girls to quickly pull themselves together. For some reason, they had never felt this way before. But now, these few words could make them feel incomparably at ease. Shi Wushuang's delicate body was no longer stiff and trembling. Instead, she found a comfortable position and pressed herself and Yang Chen closer. Even Dao Junki could not help hugging Yang Chen tighter behind him. Yang Chen could even easily feel the 2 lumps of firmness in front of her chest. The 5 Murong sisters also got closer. Unfortunately, there was no space beside Yang Chen. Otherwise, they might also come up and hug Yang Chen. Master Yang, the master invites you. Just when Yang Chen was hugging his women, a very unpleasant voice suddenly came from outside the guest room. It was the housekeeper of the guest room of the Zhao family.